There we go. How's it going, everyone? Oh shit, thanks for joining the team. Welcome, welcome. Where's my Spotify? There we go. I think we fixed the volume on the other streams. Now we just gotta make sure that the volume on this stream is good as well. Test, test, test. There we go. Good volume on the other streams. I don't know how the fuck it is for I don't know how it is for TikTok, but for the other streams are good on volume right now. Let's see. Test, test. Settings. Noise suppression medium. All right. Echoing. What? Echo. Test, test. How about now? I'm in an echo chamber. What is going on? Test, test. What the fuck? Test. Test. How about now? What the fuck? Testing. Are we good now? What the fuck was that? TikTok just added its own filter. I have no idea what that was. TikTok just added its own filter. What up, Intel? Yeah, the music's I just have like quieter background music. Intel, I saw your video earlier about the what was it? The whole Tulsi Gabbard the Traitors thing. Dude, I was actually laughing at all the people making comments that, not like the people in your comment section, but all the people involved in throwing around quotes at each other. Oh, throwing stones in glass houses. What up? What up? All right. People that still hold on to the Russian collusion hoax blows my mind. My thing is, the investigation showed that although he made an attempt, they didn't collude with him directly. They just did shit on their own. Like, you can say that the Russians did stuff, but saying that they did it with him at this point is ridiculous. Listening to some Ukrainian music. Let's see what's going on in the news today. Justice Department asks court to unseal Jeffrey Epstein grand jury records. Interesting. Donald Trump sues Dow Jones, News Corp, Rupert Murdoch, Washington. What the fuck? Venezuela releases jailed Americans in deal that frees migrants support. All right. Oh, this explosion at the LA Sheriff's Department. Oof. I've got some details on that, but I'm not yet supposed to go into that stuff. Still waiting on some confirmation on stuff. How many? I'm sure many countries try to influence our elections. Well, everyone tries to influence everyone's elections, but it depends on like what the depth is. Like with Brexit, one of the things people don't realize is that I'll just turn the music off. Brexit was a legitimate movement. It did have a decent base in support. That was an actual thing. The problem was that it got amplified far greater than it should have, and that it naturally would have because of openly admitted Russian influence, like social media campaigns. Just like how with Trump's first election cycle, Russia did not collude directly with Trump. That was disproven. But it was proven, and it was testified in court, that even Facebook admitted that the Russian government had paid for hundreds of thousands of dollars of targeted ads in certain swing state areas, such as, I think it was Michigan, where they had like targeted ads and memes pushed at elderly voters who were undecided. Like that was a thing. but you can't say anymore that they did it with him. Because, like, would that even have been Trump's strategy? Oh, let's use memes at old people. Why the fuck would he have done that or agreed to that? Anything else? Which fall and research reports show no effect on the vote. I mean, that area was already going to him. Like, again, that area was already going to go to him. You could just show that they did it. Now, what effect it had, that's where a lot of people disagree on. But obviously, like you're saying, yeah, research shows it didn't have any effect. But the fact that they tried to is what, like, again, I don't understand why people can't just stick to the facts. Did he work with them? No. Did they attempt to work together? Yes. Did it fail? Yes. Did they still attempt to manipulate the vote on their own? Yes. Did they pay for targeted advertisement at specific American demographics? Yes. Did it show any effectiveness? Nothing that would have changed anything. Like, I don't get what's so hard about it. I hate our chancellor. Our chancellor is a liar. Frederick Murs. Oof. Ukraine. Let's see if there's anything going on with Ukraine. At least one killed, one in fire, 3 injured on a Russian drone attack in Odessa. Australia delivers. Ooh, yeah, the Abrams have arrived. I forgot. They got to Poland a couple weeks ago. Let's go from Ukraine to front lines to Wembley. Oh, that's nice. Sign of flags. Murray says Ukraine unlikely to join EU before 2034. Yeah. Hello, Emma. Shit, I gotta message you back on Signal. Use reshuffles arms delivers to free up more patriots for Ukraine. Interesting. Zelensky awarded title Hero of Ukraine. Awarded the title Hero of Ukraine posthumously to the soldier of the third behind. Sorry, Wolves of Da Vinci. Oh, interesting. Wolves of Da Vinci was actually for those that know that JD Vance's cousin Nate Vance went over to fight on the front lines of Ukraine. The Wolves of Da Vinci, or Da Vinci Wolves, is Nate Vance's unit, or one of his many units. Russian strikes kill us 3 across Ukraine amid escalating drone attacks. Zelensky listened to Intel something. If you're still here, are you still here, Intel? Are you here? No, he's gone. Hey, hello. Also, we're going to be posting a video in just a few minutes, guys. I'm downloading it right now to upload. Talking about how people are using manipulated AI language models to push anti-Semitism. The Russians are going to collapse under their own... Wait, what about... What? Masha Amini video? No, I have not. So we're going to go over this video just a little bit. Let's see. Okay. Let's get some more people in here before we go over this video. Guys, tap the screen, share it up. Let's get the likes going. Let's get people in here. How long is this video? 2:30. God damn it. I was trying to keep it shorter. Hello, welcome. Let's go over world news stuff. What's going on at Israel and Gaza? Gaza church. At least 30 Palestinians are trying to reach food distribution. Oh, this is the one that had the retracted stories. Neat. Israel seeks U.S. help on deals with Palestinians out of Gaza. I'm sure that will go well. And of course, it's only 60. It's all right coverage. Oh, is this the woman? Oh, I love this woman. She's the one. What's her name? Francesca Albanese, the woman whose husband quite literally works for the PA, and didn't disclose it, and then lied about it. You can repost lives now. Oh, that's dope. Are any charges gonna come? Charges gonna come against the Obama administration? I don't know. She's now under U.S. sanctions. Yeah, which is dope. Let's see. I'll bring this person up.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hello, Koi. What's up?
Nothing much. I was just asking you. Do you know why exactly the current conservative movement might be against things like support for the war in Ukraine or any like politics that are happening within most of the Eastern countries? Like, do you know why that current stance is happening there?
A whole lot of mixture of messages and manipulation from both internal and external entities. So like one of the biggest things that I see is the move towards isolationism, where people may not necessarily be ill-intentioned, but they just see the whole thing of, I just want America to be left alone, I don't want us involved in anything. But then when they start going down that rabbit hole without even realizing it, they're talking about isolationism, and then when you try to explain to them what isolationism is and how they're going through it, they either deny it or they say, no, that's not what I want. And then you bring up historical past references of like what happens every time the United States has gone into isolationism, and it just goes down a rabbit hole. Or you could see outside influence, where you actually do see narratives pushed by like Russian social media campaigns, where you see a lot of that mainly on specifically X or Twitter. And you see a lot of people that kind of just are going with a narrative and they don't really know what they're talking about, and they probably don't actually care. But because the movement as a whole, they're going with appeal to majority. They think the majority does this. So like I've had people where I talk to them about the isolationism thing or America first. I want America not involved in anything. And I start asking them questions. And a lot of them very quickly fold because they either admit they don't know what they're talking about, they have a crash out and they go, America first, blah, 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 we don't want to be involved. Or they don't understand what being America first entails. Like, in order to be number one in the world and have nobody want to fuck with us and leave us the fuck alone, there's some requirements for that. There's some requirements to do that and maintain that status. And isolationism very quickly erodes that status. There's no one definitive answer for why people go with that.
True. Yeah, I definitely do get that. Jesus. Another thing that's a little strange is that like the ties that the U.S. has to the rest of the world, I think, is just too deep-rooted. I mean, I think we've already lost the ability to like become isolationist after most of our intrusions during the Cold War. But
oh yeah, I mean, like, we've positioned ourselves as a global superpower, and people in America who are going down this isolationist path, they really like the benefits of America being top dog and no one fucking with us. They really like that.
Yeah.
But again, they don't really realize that we have those things because we have American interventionism. We have those things because we are number one in the top dog. And as soon as we cut all that off, all that stuff goes away too. And they don't realize that.
Yeah. Do you think we're gonna start seeing any effects of like isolationist policies soon? Maybe like within the next year or so, or do you think it's gonna be like with any other administration where it's around the last 2 years?
I mean, the problem is I see a lot of Trump's base pushing for that, and then he'll say it too, but then do something that's the exact opposite of that, and the base will support it because it's him. And when you point out that that's exactly the opposite of what they were just advocating for 2 days prior, they go, no, blah, 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 Trump said this. It's like, okay, man, you should probably educate yourself on like basic fucking terminology for geopolitics and stuff and realize what's actually going on. Like, there's a lot of people that just don't know, and I don't think that we would actually become full isolationists. I think that people would probably push for it and then even think we're going for it when we're not actually doing it.
Yeah, I think so. I think another thing is also like this push towards the anti-intellectualism of America, where thinking about these things too deeply is considered like maybe woke or I don't know, pushing towards something that's too soft or not logical. And I think the entire point is to try and keep people from thinking about it. I'm not sure how much of this is like directly involved, but yeah.
I just made a video that I'm going to be uploading any second on a woman who is using ChatGPT to answer questions for her. And there's a lot of people like that, especially even in the right, I can't even say just the right, on both sides, who have now become so reliant on not thinking for themselves that they'd rather use something that can be very easily socially engineered to answer stuff for them. And it's really discouraging how many Americans, even how many people globally go, oh yeah, no, this can answer for me. It's even if it, like, for those who don't know, ChatGPT is so fucking stupid and easily manipulated. One of my friends up here had a 5-minute argument with ChatGPT about the whereabouts and location of Bashar al-Assad. ChatGPT for 5 minutes, despite being given facts and articles, tried to tell him that Bashar al-Assad had not been ousted and that he was still in fact alive and in Syria, living in Damascus and in charge.
True, yeah, because I think like after a certain point, it switches back to 3.0, and I think it's only like based on 2021.
Oh, that was immediate. Like, he immediately, the very first, it was when he was on 4.5, and he immediately, the first thing he asked is, where is Bashar al-Assad? And the very first response was, Bashar al-Assad currently resides in Damascus, Syria, where he is in charge as a president, and blah, blah, blah. And he was like, oh, well, that's not true, typing all this up. For 5 minutes, it argued with him on that. And then it finally conceded after he'd given it like multiple points. It was like, it appears I have been mistaken. It's like, why did it take, if this is like, this is this thing that everyone's relying on, why did it take so long and shoving facts down its throat for it to finally go, yes, I was wrong?
Oh boy. I'm also seeing here, how like caught up are you for anything like involving Israel Palestine? I only just started my research on it. So.
I have forgotten more about that conflict than most people will ever know. Okay. What do you want to know on it?
At least for, let's see, I'm like currently reading the British Mandate of Palestine. For most of the conflicts that we see right now, would you say that Israel would be justified in some of its responses for things like October 7th, but not so much when it comes to like their intrusions on the West Bank, I guess?
No, because if you talk about the stuff in the West Bank, you're going to have to dive into the dividing up of the West Bank. You're going to have to go into the different documents and stuff. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if you're just doing your research on this, kudos to you for doing that. If you want, I've got a fucking entire plethora of sources, Zionist books, anti-Zionist books, investigative journalist stuff, everything here and there, especially from like 1948 on, even shit before that.
Yeah.
But when it comes to like the West Bank, you're going to hear one of the most common narratives is illegal settlements. These villages are illegal, this and that. And then you go, okay, well, where are they? And you find out the name of that settlement or that village. You find out where it is. Well, most people don't realize that the West Bank is divided into 3 pieces. There's A, B, and C, which the Palestinian Authority agreed to. And then you, again, go into where are these villages that you're claiming are illegal, that Israel is illegally building or expanding? Oh, they're in Area C. You mean that area that the Palestinian Authority openly agreed to belongs in full to Israel for the time being? That they're allowed to build whatever they want, do whatever they want in that entire area. They have administrative and military control of Area C. Oh shit, thank you for the galaxy. Also, thank you guys for the gifts. Remember, anything we get from these lives goes directly to buying stuff for the guys on the front lines of Ukraine. We're currently trying to raise money to buy a vehicle for my buddy who just got to his unit so he can bring supplies back and forth. Yeah, there's like, when it comes to the West Bank, there's a lot of twisted narratives on stuff, and people just either being ignorant to the situation or intentionally misleading. And when I say ignorant, I don't mean like you're intentionally lying. I mean, you just may not know. You were not educated on the topic enough to talk about it. That's all I mean.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm a little worried about is my first entry point towards it, because obviously being somebody who's a little more liberal, the amount of media that I'm exposed to is definitely going to be more pro-Palestine. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I don't know whether it is the case, right? I don't know whether or not these are like the actual facts. Because the rhetoric that I'm hearing versus some of the stuff that I've been researching, it doesn't always line up, of course, but I'm just still like worried about what a proper entry point could be possibly for this.
Let's see.
Before I start like reading any books or anything like that, because I know, what's his name? I know he's talking to Norman Finkelstein.
So this is a Dropbox that I have publicly available in my Discord server right now. I still got to organize some of it, but like even in just the books section, I know it's a little bit blurry because I'm not zoomed in. We can go through History of the Jews by Paul Johnson, Survey of Palestine, December 1945, and it's from the British government, or it's from the British. We can go through the Arabs of Palestine, a British survey talking about Arab immigration in the land. We could talk about the massacre that never was, Palestine betrayed, the 48 war, stuff like the protocols of the FBI, the Elders of Zion. This is a book called A River Without Bridges, a study of the exodus of the 1967 Palestinian refugees. And it's a dude or two dudes that went around and they interviewed refugees from both the 67 and the 48 war. Talk about like, okay, did you own land? Did you own this? How many Israelis did you see? How many Jews did you see? One of the funny things is they talked to people who were refugees in the 48 war. 68% of them said they never even saw a single Israeli. That's a huge fucking thing that a lot of people don't like talking about. It's like, you've shoved out of these hundreds of thousands of people. It's like, well, how did I shove them out if I didn't even see them? They said they didn't even see me. Like, what are you talking about? There's stuff by Ephraim Karsh. You'll hear the term the Nakba. Well, we have the book from the guy who coined the term Nakba, The Meaning of Disaster by Constantine Zarek. This is Israel by I.F. Stone. This is a British investigative journalist who is anti-Zionist. He was there at the meetings. He's a primary source. He's got transcripts. He's got access to British military archives. He was there at meetings with the British leaders, the Jewish leaders, the Arab leaders. And he was at all these meetings and he's anti-Zionist, but he's open about what was going on in this stuff. Like all these things that you can get just in this little section on just books. DNA and land ties, stuff about the aid, stuff about polls, snapshots, immigration records, there's all sorts of stuff.
All right, man. I appreciate these sources so much. I will definitely go check them out now and try and read.
Shoot me a DM if you want the Dropbox link, and I can provide the link to this, or you can go to the Discord and also get it from there.
Of course, man. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for your time.
No problem. Yeah, right, but who won? What are you talking about? What up, Oscar?
Hello, I'm good. It's very interesting I love joining your talks when nobody's screaming, so that's like that's good.
I could fix that real fucking quick, Oscar. I could scream at you.
I just want to know your view, actually, to be honest with you.
View on what?
I just came you know, like what's going on with the Holy Land and whatnot. Like, are you on? I don't know. Like, are you pro-Israel or pro-Palestine, or are you like against both?
I'm a random white agnostic dude who shares no relation to anything in the fucking region or any religion. I am a Zionist. I support the Jews. I support the right of Israel to exist. I understand the history of it. I understand there's a lot of stuff that people have lied and manipulated about. And again, which is why, like I was telling the last guy, I read from anti-Zionist sources. I read from the Arab sources. I read from everything from both sides. My stance is that Israel right now is waging a war against Hamas, who openly attacked them on October 7th and invaded their country and violated the sovereignty of their borders, declared war. And they've got a war which has been criticized and scrutinized like no other war in history, to the point where they've got the lowest civilian to combatant death ratio in the history of urban warfare, even according to the numbers coming directly from the Gaza Ministry of Health themselves. Yet somehow they're the worst people and the worst military ever.
Right. So like, I just had to ask. Do you know what the Balfour Declaration? What the Balfour Declaration is?
Yes, I am aware of the Balfour Declaration.
Yeah, I just want to know like what your analysis of that is.
It's a document between two fucking dudes who were talking and discussing about stuff that had no legal bearing. It had no framework. It wasn't implemented. It was just a document between two dudes out of many. It was cherry picked out of, I think it was 50 something letters that they wrote in between each other. That was it. Nothing ever happened with it. It wasn't implemented. Nothing happened with it. It's just a document that people like to reference because they like to see parallels that don't exist.
So you don't like, just to clarify, you don't think there's a correlation between the Rothschilds wanting to establish the current state of Israel and using the United States as their way of getting what they want from the United Kingdom to displace
God no, because we were actively against Israel when they were founded, actively against them for decades. Like we had
the United States.
Yes, we embargoed them for decades because we believed. Because again, I talk about this a lot. The first people that actually recognized the state of Israel when they declared their independence was the Soviet Union, because they believed that the Jews were going to be a bunch of socialist communists, and they were like, friends. They very quickly found out that wasn't going to be the case and switched to the Arab side, but still, the United States was actively against them. we didn't even start seeing stuff actually going on with cooperation with each other until like the mid 70s, and then in the early 80s is when you start seeing, or late 70s, early 80s when you start seeing, okay, actual allyship, actual cooperation, trade, military deals. Before that, we were just against them. It was like, okay, we're against you. Then it was, I don't really care that you exist. I'm not going to get involved though.
And okay. Like I wasn't insinuating, by the way, that the United States was on his. Like I kind of figured that they weren't.
Oh, a lot of people do. To be fair,
yeah.
So
Yeah, like I knew that they weren't. It was mainly the United Kingdom, really, and the Rothschilds.
but no,
Like,
the British were actually the British actually abstained from the vote for the partition plan and played both sides a little bit when the war first happened. Like they funded and trained and funded and trained some groups on each side, but then when it came to later on wars, like the British actually fully armed, trained, and even commanded Arab units from other countries. Like there was units literally commanded by British officers, and even before then, before Israel declared independence, the British government actually limited Jewish migration on many occasions and said, hey, the Arabs are allowed to come in, totally fine, free and fair, no limit, but the Jews are going to limit migration, to where the Jews had to illegally smuggle themselves into the British mandate. And even when certain boats were caught, they were turned around and put in concentration camps in Cyprus. A lot of people don't realize that the British government has openly admitted that there was actual camps for Jews in Cyprus that they created. There was 12 of them.
wow, I didn't even know that. And just to tell you my stance, I mean, I'm definitely not pro-Palestine whatsoever, because I mean, if you do like look into history, Palestine is a direct result of the Ottoman Empire's, conquest of that region from years ago in the Crusades. So like, in my point of view, the Holy Land rightfully historically belongs to the Catholic Church and the Catholic Church only.
See, I don't like using the religious argument though. I don't get, like, again, I'm agnostic, no offense to you. I don't give a fuck about anyone's magical book. My dad was raised beat you with the ruler Catholic. My mom was raised super Christian. I got to do whatever the fuck I wanted. This shelf right here is just religious texts from all the major religions and stuff, all the major books. Like, I don't care about anyone's religious argument. Even when Jews make the religious argument, I don't care. Like, if people want to use that stuff, I don't use the religious argument at all.
No, absolutely. But my thing is, like, when you look into the Crusades and what happened there, all of that was Christian land, and then the Ottoman Empire and the Arabs went in and committed massacres, enslaving a bunch of Christians and whatnot. I'm not talking about what God believes or whatever. I'm actually talking about war and what actually happened. And so so in my point of view, what really was gone on from before that, there were many Jews converted to Christianity. I don't even know what that comment's talking about. But anyways, to me, what really happened, like, through history was that eventually that land belonged to the Christians, and then eventually the Ottomans came in and then took over that land and committed atrocities. And then there was this whole thing with establishing the state of Israel with the Zionists and whatnot. So that's my point of view of, like, how it happened.
So, are you which angle are you saying though, of like who should be in charge? Because, like, again, there's the religious argument, there's the indigenous argument, there's the we won the fucking wars argument. So, are you saying that because someone owned it in the past, they should own it today?
No, I'm just saying that. So, honestly, like, I think, like, what it should be, and it's just like, we won it, we get the land. I mean, like, that's my point of view. Israel right now has more power, so I mean, really, the land is theirs. There's nothing really can argue about it. Like, I don't like when Palestinians are saying, "Oh, we were kicked off that land" or whatever. Okay, well, that's your fault for really, like, letting.
Well, it wasn't even that most of them were kicked off. Like, if you look at the actual Arab documents from the time, most of them were told to leave. Like, the narrative from the Arab leaders was, leave for a couple weeks, we're gonna wipe out the Jews, you can come back, take their shit, we'll divide the land amongst the Arab nations. There was no concept of creating a Palestinian state until the 60s. Before that, it was, oh yeah, Syria's gonna get this chunk, Egypt's gonna get this chunk, Jordan's gonna get this chunk. Like, they didn't have a concept of a Palestine. So before that, it was like you're saying, like there this whole thing of like we were gonna make a Palestine, like it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. You know, like, I mean, the Arab leaders told the people to leave, that they were going to fight back and exterminate the Jews, and they didn't. So, you know, they lost.
Yeah. I mean, you started a war, 6 Arab nations, or 5 Arab nations and 6 armies attacked, and you got your ass kicked by a bunch of Holocaust survivors with broomsticks pretending to be rifles. Get fucked. And then you tried again multiple times, and you still lost. You get fucked.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. But you know, I also just like not the biggest fan of Zionism. Like, just I'll be completely honest with you, just because, you know, I mean, when you look into like the text of like the Talmud and stuff, and you know, what governs Israel, just not biggest fan of that. But you know,
wait, the Talmud doesn't govern Israel though.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you say that Israel is based off of the religion what is Judaism?
No, it's secular. That's why when religious laws try to get passed, like even the Likud party openly goes against it. Like there was a law that was someone was trying to ban proselytization by Christians recently, and Netanyahu and his party personally went, "I think the fuck not. That's fucking stupid. You can do whatever the fuck you want here. If a bunch of Christians want to walk around and try to convert people to Christianity, even if they're Jews, who gives a shit? That's your religious right here." And the Talmud, it has nothing to do with Israel. The Talmud is quite literally, this is the way I try to explain it to people. Reddit for rabbis. So like someone asked a question on Reddit. Don't know why they asked the question, but they asked it. And the comment section is a bunch of off the wall shit. You've got the extreme on this end, then you've got the extreme on the other end. You go, wow, that's weird. That's also really weird. And then you go, oh, there's a sane comment right in the middle. The Talmud is literally a bunch of rabbis being asked questions that weren't answered by the Torah or weren't clarified. Like, legitimately, we've had an argument with some of my Jewish friends on what time of day you consider lunch. And that's actually an argument in the Talmud. Like, think about it this way. So for me, it's like someone said, it's rabbinic interpretation. It's just people discussing questions, and they set up the parameters. What would be the extreme end of this? Yeah, that is pretty extreme. What would be the other extreme? Yeah, that is pretty extreme. What do we think in the middle? And sometimes you do have an off-the-wall rabbi that goes, well, you know what? I do believe in this extreme. And you go, hey, man, you're weird. Anyway, we're going to keep discussing this. It's like, so here's the discussion that we had before was I stated that I work a graveyard shift. I work 12 hours a day, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. The meal that I have in the middle of my shift be at around midnight to 1 a.m. What would you call that meal? So you wake up at 5 p.m., you have your first meal. That would be breakfast because you break your fast. You've been sleeping. Yeah. You work 6 hours or 7 hours, and at 1 a.m., you have another meal before you get off 6 hours later. What is that meal called?
A snack.
Shut up. What would you call that meal, Java?
Wait, so you're saying it's like after the first meal where you break your fast?
Yeah, so you break your fast at no, I'm palliative. I'm letting him answer. We're going through the discussion.
I also broke my thumb.
Oh, congratulations. So yeah, so for me, I wake up at 5 p.m. I have my breakfast. I go to work at 7. Or I start work at 7, and then at around midnight or 1 a.m., I have another meal. I have a full little meal in my little bag. What would you call that meal? I would call that meal my lunch. Mm-hmm. Would you call it your lunch?
Snack.
No, I would call it dinner, but you know, you call it your lunch.
According to the Talmud, it would be dinner. We had an entire discussion on this where we actually argued about it. Where it was the lunch is considered, according to the Talmud, the lunch is the meal in the middle of the day. And I said, well, my day starts at 5 p.m. So it's in the middle of my day. And they go, okay, hold on. It's in the middle of the day, not your day. So that would not be, even though I would call it my lunch, it would technically not be considered my lunch. I would disagree with the Talmud, the rabbinical assessment in that scenario. I disagree with it, even though according to the rabbis, that would not be lunch. I think it would be. That's all the Talmud is. It's a bunch of rabbis who know a bunch about Judaism debating and arguing stuff.
This is like the most terminology quibble weirdness that I've ever heard in my entire life. Like,
but someone asked the question, so they had to discuss it.
Except it isn't weird because that's exactly what the Talmud is. And Java, can you cite one law from the Talmud that
no,
Israel.
He
I was
wasn't making the
curious.
assertion. He said it, but we
Yeah.
went over it.
No, I agree, but like he's under the impression that there is something. So I'm trying to find where he gets that impression from. Like, where does
Right.
that start? Where did you get that assumption from?
Where do I get that assumption from?
Yes.
I mean, I was just curious about it. I really don't have I just heard it in discussions and stuff. I wouldn't say like I'm an expert on it really. It was just that's why I brought it up because I mean this guy claims to be an expert, so I mean he explained it a lot better than I could.
Yeah, and I'm not even Jewish. I'm just like, but yeah, no, it's like it's like he was saying that there is no laws in Israel that are in reference to the Talmud. There's nothing because of the Talmud. Israel is a secular state. Again, they have religious freedom. You would probably like to know this. Israel is currently the only place in the entire Middle East where the Christian population is on the rise. It's the only place.
Mm-hmm.
It's because they have religious freedom. It's because you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Well,
Actually, there is only one religion that is declining in Israel.
Judaism.
Judaism. people being religiously, it's slightly declined by like 0.3%. But it's the only religion in the entire history of Israel that's ever declined has been Judaism. Islam has always increased. Christianity has always increased. Baha'i, even obscure like Druze communities, which many of you probably couldn't even tell
Probably
what
good
the
thing.
Druze are. So the only religion in all of the history of Israel to ever go through a decline was Judaism.
Mm-hmm.
What are the guys called that live on
Well,
top
gentlemen,
of that
I'm gonna have to
mountain
leave
between
because
the
my
West
break's
Bank
about to
and-
end. But thank you for the discussion. I really appreciate it.
No problem, Java. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Oscar, what was your question?
What are the guys called that like the I don't know, not guys, like the society or whatever, they live on top of the mountain in between, I guess, like
Israel and Syria?
they have like Israel and like the Arabs and the Jews, like they're like a really old religion, and now
Are
they
you talking
don't
about
have
the
enough.
Assyrians, the Alawites? What?
Yeah, probably the Syrians. I can't remember the name, but all
You
I
know about
remember is
Zoroastrianism?
I think he
probably
might
like
be.
they're at least I know that they don't have enough women,
Samaritans?
so they're like
Oh, Mayan
they have a
said
bunch of like
Samaritans?
Samaritans. Yeah. They have they're like moving in a bunch of like Ukrainian and Russian women to the country because they don't have enough.
Oh God.
That would not surprise me.
Hussam, what's up? Or Hussam?
What's up?
How do I say your name? Which one is it?
It's Hussam.
Hussam. All right. What's up? What's on your mind?
I mean, I was just, I don't know what the topic is at hand right now, but I was going to get into, I'm Palestinian. I got family that died there. I got family that owns land there. Palestinians have a much deeper tie to the land than most Israelis living there. 40% of the Israeli population, you can say, is Levant.
So we're going into
all of
blood
the
quantum
government-
theory. Got it.
Yeah. All of the government is Ashkenazi Jewish.
No, they aren't.
Wait,
No,
all of the
majority
government. So,
Wait.
so
One
the
second.
is the entire section of the Knesset that's Arab Muslims. They're also Ashkenazi Jews.
What? I'm sorry, I'm not completely
Wait,
familiar with what you're talking about.
did you
Yeah,
not know
one
that
second.
there's Knesset members? The
No, Sam,
Arab.
he doesn't know what Knesset is.
Oh, dear
That's the
God.
point. You don't even
Go
know
ahead,
what
go
the
ahead.
Knesset is, do you?
No, go ahead, explain it.
No. So you don't even know what the government is in Israel. What's the Knesset?
I just told you I don't know.
So wait, so
Exactly.
hang-
So 1 second. Where did you get the claim that
Also,
all of
this
them are
comment saying
Ashkenazi
all the
Jews?
Palestinians are Arabs from Arabia.
No,
the
but nobody.
Arabian
No, right. I'm
Peninsula.
not talking to the comments. You're talking to me. You just made the claim that all the Israeli government is
The Israeli
Ashkenazi.
government
but
committing the
you
genocide is
don't
mainly
even
Ashkenazi Jewish
know-
from Europe.
you
What-
don't
where's that- where's
even
Netanyahu
know-
from?
hold on.
Where's
You
Netanyahu
don't
from?
Everyone,
even
everyone.
Where's
Everyone.
Netanyahu from?
You
Hang on.
don't even know
He's from Tel Aviv.
what the government is.
He's quite literally born in Tel Aviv.
And
So
where's his family from?
so it doesn't matter. You didn't. No. Don't pivot and shift the goalpost. You thought you were gonna
No,
get a
are
gotcha.
you
No,
serious?
stop.
What is his ethnicity?
Stop. He's Jewish. Jewish is his ethnicity.
From-
No. It doesn't matter. He's
does.
Jewish. No. You thought you were gonna get a gotcha moment. You thought I was going. Oh, he's from Poland. No, he's not.
Yes.
He was literally born. If he was born in Tel Aviv, where is he from?
Where is what is his?
Answer the question.
Where are his parents from?
If he is born in Tel Aviv
Okay,
and he
I'm
is
born in
Jewish,
America. Am I American? though?
American is
Yes,
not an
you're
ethnicity.
American.
It is your nationality. His nationality
Such a
is
silly
Israeli.
argument.
No, stop.
Ethnicity
No.
trumps where you're born.
No,
I'm not
no.
American.
get out. I can't handle that level of stupid today. If
He
you
thinks
don't know the
Ashkenazi is an
difference,
ethnic
yeah,
group.
if you don't know the difference between nationality, ethnicity, and like, oh my fucking god, holy shit, dude.
So
How
can I
do you
explain
say
what
you
the
know
difference with
everything about
Ashkenazi
the
is?
Israeli government when you don't even know what their fucking parliament is called? The Knesset is the parliamentary system of the Israeli government. Holy shit.
He probably didn't even know that the president isn't Netanyahu. It's Herzog, isn't it? Still Herzog.
Oh, something happened.
Everyone hear me okay?
Yes, user, welcome. What's up?
Yeah. Yeah, he really tried to pull a fast one with that. I like, look, I like, do I agree with everything that's going on with the Israel-Palestine thing? No. But the thing is, I hate when people try to pull the Israelis aren't actually from the area because they're Ashkenazi, and they try to pull that, like, bullshit. Because it's like
Israeli's not even an ethnicity, dum-dum. What are you talking about? It's like they pull
Can
that
I
shit all the
explain-
time.
Can I explain what Ashkenazi and Sephardi actually is? Because people, even some Jewish people, get it really confused.
yeah, I've tried to understand it, so I'd love to hear like the explanation of it.
You've got the floor.
So everybody thinks that it comes from them living in a place. No. So ironically, it ties back into the conversation that Sam was having earlier about the Talmud. So effectively, what happened was when Jews were in diaspora, there was a lot of work that rabbis would have to go through to basically answer Jewish legal questions. And
Okay.
you'd have to go through the Talmud, and then you'd make basis off the Talmud, the Torah, off the Mishnah, and off a lot of information. And so what these two rabbis did was they said, okay, we're going to go through all of the Talmud, and it was two of them, and we're going to say where we agree with the conclusion and what the conclusion to this debate and what the law should be for the conclusion of this debate. So there was a rabbi in a place called Ashkenaz, in the Ashkenaz region. And so he wrote down everything that he thought was the conclusion to a debate in the Talmud. And he wrote it all down and he created a book. Just at the same time, there was a rabbi in what would be modern day Morocco now, but was considered Sephardim, was considered Sephardi. And so it was considered under Spanish control, even though it was, at this point, I think the Ottomans didn't exist. So I think it was one Islamic group was under control at this point. And so what they started doing at the same time was writing this down. The Sephardi rabbi actually released his book first. And it made it all the way to the Ashkenaz region. And the Ashkenaz rabbi just notated over him. So all Sephardi and Ashkenazi ever meant was where these two rabbis disagreed slightly on certain conclusions on halakha, the law, and the interpretation of the Talmud. That's all it was. And so these terms the Jews would use to describe each other is, oh, do you follow the Ashkenazi tradition or the Sephardi tradition? Do you follow this rabbi's conclusion or this rabbi's conclusion? And because these rabbis were from these regions, people then started tying it into this region. Whereas what people also don't know is a lot of Jews in Africa were actually Ashkenazi, as opposed to Sephardi. And a lot of Jews in, let's say, we could take parts of Iran, were a mix. And then one of them did keep the traditions on, one of them didn't, and they sort of created their own tradition eventually. But they're not different types of Jews, they're just different types of practicing Judaism. So it has nothing to do with the ethnicity.
What about the European Jews? I'm just curious.
The European Jews isn't a thing. There's no such thing as a
Yeah,
European.
European.
I mean, like
European is just a regional term.
Yeah. I meant like just like of
So
those
so
two,
a large
of those two,
proportion
like,
a large proportion of the European Jewry were Ashkenazi. Interestingly enough, the first Jews to settle in Britain were Sephardi. Mizrahi, so over Mizrahi is a later term, it's just like Eastern.
Let Oscar go.
as in Britain after the Holocaust, or like
Prior.
Prior. Okay.
So Europe had a very wide mix of Sephardi and Ashkenazi Jews. Greece used to have the largest Sephardi community.
Right, because because I live in Ukraine, I'm currently in Iceland, which is an experience, I can tell you. But it's interesting because like during the Holocaust, of course, most of the Jews that were killed were Eastern European, Ukrainian, like in that part of the world. So it's like there's heavy Jewish traditions that I've attended during the war and prior to the war and all that stuff, and I haven't I am completely ignorant about all those things. That's why I keep quiet through most of these arguments. But I'm just curious. That's all I was asking. I was just curious.
Yeah, and then to answer the other point that somebody brought up, which is Mizrahi. Mizrahi just means from the east. So the Mizrahi term, it didn't really get used historically. It was more just a description. So you would describe, oh, they live in the east, or oh, they live in the west, or oh, they live south of here. So it was more of a geographic term than it was a distinguished term. It became a distinguished term because there were bigotries. There were a lot of bigotries, and some people didn't really agree with the traditions of others, and then it got political. But the actual terms themselves aren't different ethnicities within like a Jewish umbrella.
Yeah,
A Jew is a Jew, a Jew is a Jew.
So they're not like Sunni and Shia. Like they're not like this kind of just completely different.
No.
Completely different interpretations.
No. Honestly, the disagreements between Safaris and Mizrahis are like rapping to film.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And same with Ashkenaz. It's literally about how you do certain practices, very small, minute differences, very small, minute disagreements. That's why, I think I.S. Stone actually wrote about this, and so did other ridiculous morons. They said themselves, the Nazis said themselves, there is variably no difference between a Jew in Africa, a Jew in India, a Jew in Persia, or a Jew in Europe, because they all practice the same.
So sorry if I'm interrupting, but like my big question is then, is it like where do you kind of like Hasidic Judaism, like where does that kind of fall in with that?
So that Hasidim is the sort of the phrase of Hasidim is, it's a bit like, here's the easiest way to explain it. You're a guy who owns a shop. Okay, you got 2 employees. One of your employees does the bare minimum. Okay, so he does the cooking, he does the cleaning, he makes sure that things are sold, but he's not very enthusiastic about it. Okay, he does the work that he's told to do. You got another employee who mops down everything, wipes down everything, is always enthusiastic, goes around, does a lot more, sometimes goes a bit overboard, and spends a lot of time cleaning things up. Okay? That's the sort of difference. Okay? It's just doing more and wanting to do more for the sake of doing more. They're both getting paid the same. But it's just taking those extra steps. That's all Hasidim was. For the Hasidic communities were just the whole mentality of their leaders, their rabbis that started these traditions was, we can do more. And that's all it is. It's not a difference in what actually is being taught or what actually the values are. It's just doing more, keeping more mitzvot, keeping more prayers, doing more traditional practices. And this only came about as a necessary thing when secularism came about. So it was sort of an anti-secular sort of counter movement within Judaism.
Okay.
The Hasidic Jews that went to America, were they like, the store analogy sounds pretty good, but it sounds also kind of like pretty fundamentalistic, I guess. Like you're more fundamental, or that's like a fundamental means you follow the rules.
It's not about being.
Like,
it's not about being. So once again, Judaism isn't a religion; it's a tribal practice.
Right.
A lot of people confuse that. So in the same way that Native Americans believe in their deities, Judaism has a deity at the center of its tribal practice. Sure, okay, but the more important thing about Judaism is tradition. So there's a lot of laws and a lot of things that the Hasidic sects do. So there's a rule that if you do something 3 times in generations and successions, so let's say you've got a Shabbos dinner, and you have this one dish at the Shabbos dinner, and you do it enough times, and then it becomes tradition in the family, that becomes like a mitzvah, like a law, like a
Mitzvah
commandment.
meaning law.
Yeah. So this is how they sort of incorporate new things, and sometimes, yeah, I think they go overboard, and they probably think I don't do enough, but their whole interpretation is they can do more, so they should.
So the complexities of these kind of topics, I love talking about these complexities of these topics in calm voices, and like I'm naturally curious, and I love not knowing the things that I not know, and asking questions about it, and I think it's a lovely thing. But you got these topics who are inherently relatively complex, at least in terms of, you know, like practicing Judaism and all these kind of sects, and what is Hasidic, and all that stuff, and then you got the Palestinian question, and it all mixes up in
The
pretty
Palestinian question, so this is the thing that people
yeah
confuse. The
yeah
Palestinian question only involves Judaism insofar as they are fundamentalists of Islam, and they
right
can't abide by a Jew being above them in any capacity. A Jew being richer than them, they can't abide for it. A Jew living in a higher house, they can't abide by it. And I'm not even joking. Just before the British took over, it was illegal for Jews to live in houses higher than Muslims, to walk on the same side of the street as Muslims.
Beer back, gotta pee.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we seem to be pretty cordial here, so there's no need to moderate. So it's just interesting because like now, currently, right now, that my I'm a journalist working in Ukraine. Most of the time, I do both like front, back, upside down journalism around that conflict, and which is an incredibly complex topic, not in terms of like these, deep questions, but it's complex in terms of layers. It's just incredibly complex in terms of layers, and then on top of that, you got a bunch of misinformation, and then and on top of that, the originators, which are the disinformation campaigns that just run all over the world. You got all these complex topics, and you're trying to communicate them in a more like everyone wants to boil everything down to a single sentence or headline or whatever, and it's what is my been my pain in my butt the past 3 years is trying to convey an incredibly complex scenario or situation or whatever it is into a simplistic term. And I feel that a lot of the questions around the Russia-Ukraine war is it's pretty like these are the bad guys, these are the good guys. Like it's very like it's very easy to see which is which. Yes, some fall victim to a lot of like the disinformation, but again, it's pretty easy to see who's the good guy and the bad guy. But then then you get into the weaves of of these questions. But in terms of like the Middle East and Judaism and Islam and Palestinians and all that, there's so much history. There's so much like like you said, like war. Not war. Wars. Multitude of wars. And to be fair, Israel won all those wars fair and square. Like, and for people who know that history, it's just history. You can't like it's just that this is the thing that happened and happened this way. You can paint it as one, but this is just the way it works.
One second. I'm sorry. I really need to address this.
Yeah.
Sebastian, I'm a redhead Jew. King David is a redhead Jew. He's from the time of the Torah. The genetics for ginger people originate from Syria and the Levant, thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago. Sam, we can't hear you. So the idea.
Why are we paying attention to the comments? Who
Jews,
cares?
but no, he's spamming all over the place, and it's ridiculous.
Convert Jews
keeps
can
on
be of
asking
any
about
ethnicity.
converts.
That is correct. But then when you convert to Judaism, you are now Jewish.
Yeah.
But I would like to like because you seem to be a fairly cool, calm, and collected guy. So I would love to get your take on like this kind of this question of like communicating one incredibly complex topic, and two, a topic that is being constantly skewed by disinformation and then of course misinformation, and how to address that and how
Uh,
to like keep that going.
Oscar, here's an easy way to explain it to you. The air propaganda machine is a one-for-one with Soviet and Russian propaganda. One for one, spread a million different stories, completely different narratives, but all come to the same conclusion: this person bad, this event bad, these people bad. Even if, again, a million different talking points, none of them match up in the slightest. They all have the different claims, but they all come to the same conclusion: something's gonna land with someone, and those people are going to get together, and they're not even going to agree on everything, but it's a one for one. And we can see that when the Soviet Union started getting mixed up with the Arab countries in the late 50s, early 60s. We can see that the propaganda style starts around that period.
Yeah, and then you get like algorithms and all that kind of stuff and missed messaging. That's what I'm doing like these days. Is like I'm doing a lot of like cyber parts of that whole thing, and I can see that the algorithm is like
Let me put it this way, Oscar. If my algorithm, if I weren't educated on how to like do research at a base level, and I went off just emotionality and what was on my personal FYP, I would probably be one of the most anti-Semitic motherfuckers and hate America and be a communist. My entire feed is that.
I think also on that point too about like algorithms, especially. So I did research on political extremism before I switched careers. One of the big things that was talked about how is adversarial states, in particular Western Europe, Canada, U.S. are like states adversarial to those. So I'm thinking, the kind of the usual suspects in that. Amplify content from both sides of the political extreme, which is why you see some pretty insane shit like both like far left and far right being against sending aid to Ukraine, and like Ukraine deserves to be annexed by Russia, like insane shit like that. And then also on Israel Palestine, like it exploits like divisions between both sides of the political spectrum and kind of brings or artificially inflates like the extremes of like both sides of that.
And I think it's the main what I always end up doing is like the truth is complex, lies are easy, and that's just like basic. It's just so basic. You can make up a bunch of billion different lies, and you can do it just one after the other. It doesn't have to be you can have it based on something that's kind of true or just like complete fiction whatsoever. And then if you want to deal with it with like truth, you have to do research, you have to show evidence, you have to do a bunch of stuff, and that is incredibly complex and time consuming and energy driven. So it's much easier to do the Soviet, like you say, this is the Soviet playbook for like 100%.
Yeah, the soundbite and then like the shocking image or video is it gets much more attraction than like a hey, go read this book or go into like the country's like National Archive or go talk to like activists and historians who have like a stake in the game.
Yep.
Yeah. And then what I'm now finding out, and I think you might all find this interesting. Well, I at least hope. I come from Iceland, and I'm currently there visiting my horrible family, which I hate, but whatever. Sorry. But
Oh dear.
Iceland is pretty much just middle class and educated. Like you can just like say like we have a very, very, very tiny portion that is wealthy and a very, very tiny portion that is poor. The rest of the country is basically university educated. We're relatively good. We 50-50 in terms of like gender equality, queer rights, all that stuff. We got that down like decades ago. So we think we as in we Icelanders, not me, walk with a certain chip on our shoulder, and that's my main problem here. Dealing with just normal Icelandic people is like just because they have that, we are like somehow this utopian social democratic paradise that you are because I am an expert on the war in Ukraine. Like I've been with the nose to the ground there for 3 years. Like I am probably foremost expert of my country. We're like 5 people, anyways. But but this is like what I'm finding out is like I'm trying to talk to people who are decision makers or people with money or whatever, and because they that could potentially provide aid or something to Ukraine, they come at me at a point that they know that I know a little bit more than them, but they just because they're from Iceland and they're educated and we're the socio-democratic paradise or whatever the fuck, then they come at me like they are like at like 70%, and I'm like at 100%. You know what I mean? And they want to go at me with like, well, actually, I saw a YouTube video about the Minsk.
But Jeffrey Sachs says
really
this.
sure, you know. Yeah. Jeffrey Sachs says this, and or just Joe Rogan fucking says this, or whatever. It doesn't matter who red pilled where in that universe you are.
I love when they cite stuff they clearly haven't read, and it's like that's a little thing I like, or that I run into a lot with the pro-Palestinian movement. Is you'll see people who will reference a document or reference a video, reference something that they haven't watched, they haven't read, they've gone off a headline, and they just don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah. And it's the way for me. What I'm thinking is very interesting, and feel free to jump in, boys. But I find that part of it very interesting, because when you're faced with you're wrong, like I know more than you. Like what you're saying is not true. That's just a fact, and I can show it to you, and then they take it as a personal attack on them. Like, what do you mean I'm not right? Like, and you go straight from we're having a discourse into we're having an argument, and that's usually what happens. I can see it over and over and over again on your channel, everywhere. It doesn't matter.
But I'm gonna try and get some opposition here. So, username, thank you for coming up. It sounds like you at least understand where we're coming from on this. So, thank you for coming up. I'm gonna get some of the requests that I think is opposition.
I'm gonna drop as
I'm gonna head out. So appreciate
it. Drop as well. I just came up to just say, how much is APAC paying these things? And Oscar, I believe, sir, you don't know what you're talking about.
Worst Russian accent ever. All right. Thanks for coming up, Mideast.
See you.
Bye.
Joshua, what's up?
So I'm just confused. I recently commented on your video. I'm confused at how my comment was deemed as anti-Semitic.
Which comment?
The one that you just replied to.
Oh, where you made the trope that Jews are from Poland?
Yeah, well, no, I didn't say Jews are from Poland. I said,
but no, we both know who you were talking about. We both know. Don't play dumb.
Well, then who was I? I'm not talking about. I'm not playing dumb. I'm just.
You said were the people who built the Baha'i Gardens by any chance a bunch of colonialists from Poland?
If you read the comment, I said is the government who created the place where you're talking about. Were they Polish or were they Israelites? That
no, you said Polish colonists.
Yeah,
who are these Polish colonists? Who would they be by chance?
The Israeli government.
The Israeli government.
Name 1 second. Name the Israeli government. What's the Israeli government actually called?
I'm not too sure, but
so you don't even know what the Israeli government is, and you're trying to say that it's the Israeli government.
Hold on. So you're referring to the Israeli government. Are you referring to the Israeli government as a whole?
Well, no, not the Israeli government as a whole, but that is kind of getting away from my point. My point is that how can you say that this land was Israel, belongs to Israel, and it's more, for them than it is anyone else actually born.
That's not what I've claimed at all. That's not what I said. Now you're just making now you're just making not only hang on. So you got called out on your blatant anti-Semitism because we all know you meant Jews because you thought the Israeli government was just Jews. You probably don't know enough to know that there's an entire. No, stop. I'm talking now because you don't get to make shit up on my behalf. I didn't say any of what you just claimed. What you were referring to in your comment was I was talking about the Baha'i Gardens, talking about how it's in Haifa, Israel. not Haifa, ancient Palestine, as people have been implying in videos. To which you responded, oh, was the government that built this just a bunch of colonists from Poland? We know what you meant. You meant Jews. Because you didn't even realize, probably, that the Israeli government even has Arab Muslim parties within the Knesset. We're not stupid. You're just a Nazi. You can drop the whole fucking act and go, oh, well, I didn't mean Jews. No, I'm not playing those fucking games. You meant Jews. Just fucking own it. Don't be a fucking cow. You clearly had the balls to type it and insinuate it. Just fucking own it. Nothing?
Oh, I thought I got muted. Sorry.
Yeah, because you were interrupting me.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know I got the. I'll mute myself. But no, I don't. I mean, I've got no hate towards Jews. Okay, it doesn't really make sense for me to have hate towards Jews, considering Jews are all over the world, not in just Israel. So to say I hate Jews, that's quite a weird claim to make, man.
You made the classic trope that they were from Poland. We all know what you meant. You don't have to hide. Say, oh, the government of Israel. No, you meant Jews. Who else would you be insinuating is from Poland?
How did I? Well, the government is from Poland. They're not just all.
No,
Jews.
they're not.
The majority of the government is from.
No,
Poland.
it is not. Show me a single source that shows that your direct quote right now. A majority of the Israeli government is from Poland. Please show me that source. Please show me any source that claims that.
I can 100% get you that source.
Go get it right now.
Right now, 100%. Yep. Well, where am I meant to direct this to?
Fucking you. When you find it, you give me the title, the article. We'll pull it up on the screen.
100%. Well, should we continue the conversation?
Are you? No. I want you to go find it. You could sit there on mute until you go find it.
You realize you can swipe off the app and go and Google now. We can't hear you, so you'll have to come back to the app.
I realize that, buddy. No worries. Thank you.
Oh, well, you seem like you need the extra help.
I'm trying to accept this person, and it's not letting them up. Oh, here.
Do you know what's really funny? He said, why would I have any reason to hate Jews? You're Irish.
Toma, what's up?
Hi, guys.
What reason would that give me to hate Jews?
The collaboration with the Nazis? How about that?
I'm from Northern Ireland, which is part of the United Kingdom, part of Britain. Something you probably would
Doesn't
be very...
stop the fact that there are...
That's besides the point. Go get that source. I don't care about anything else right now. Just go get that source. Toma, what's up?
Get the sources of this guy's.
What's up, guys? I'm Thomas.
Stop crying, Josh. Go get the source.
I'm Thomas. I'm from Germany, and I'm all on your page. Slovenia, Israel High. Those two nations are real heroes fighting for their survival.
Oh, yep. There's all the Nazis in chat. Hang on. Sorry to interrupt you. We got to address something real quick. Hang on, real quick. Hey, hang on, Mike. Are you at home? Are you driving right now?
No, I'm driving.
Go wrap your car around a tree.
Whoa, what?
Oh yeah, he was typing Nazi shit in the chat.
Oh right, okay, never mind. I just never heard you get that.
I'm sick of it, dude. I'm fucking sick of it. I'm just fucking over it. Like, seriously, I made a video on the Baha'i Gardens, which resulted in 50 people directly threatening to unalive me.
Oh, that's happened to me all the time.
I made a video about a fucking garden, and I had people threaten to unalive me. Are you fucking kidding me?
Sam, I just want to point out, like, they think you're Jewish. That's probably why
I'm
you're
aware.
getting a lot of it.
I'm aware. Toma, so I'm sorry. You said you were in Germany. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
I said, like, I'm all on your page, guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe that these two nations are actually protecting the democracy all over the world, no matter how small they are, in fact. Because they try to preserve the world order established in 1945. And now it is under threat. And we in Europe see another danger. We can happen to appear in between the hammer and the rock, like a union of dictatorship from the East, China and Russia, and probably, I'm firm with it, another one arising in the West, from the West across the ocean. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of shit going on in the world that people just are falling for and playing right into people's hands. Wait, what? Oh, someone in
But I
Twitch chat
mean,
said something.
in another 150 days, you will probably wake up in the United States in a completely different state.
Yeah. Someone in Twitch chat says, I just want to bring up a random fact. MERS from Germany said Israel isn't getting sanctioned because they were attacked by terrorists. You probably heard of Xinjiang and the Uyghurs. That was China responding to terrorism. Did you know that you threw 100,000 sanctions to China for defending itself against terrorism? Yeah, except that's not what happened. China blatantly fucking lied about that. If you believe that the Chinese were responding to terrorism when they threw the Uyghurs into death camps, yeah, no, that's
Yeah, that's insane.
I got a fucking oceanfront property to sell you in the middle of fucking Estonia.
No, I was going to say you've got oceanfront property in the middle of Narnia. Great views of Aslan.
I'm back. So
But hang on, thank you for coming up, Tom. I'm going to look for some opposition, but thank you for coming up and for the support. I appreciate it.
You gave me the word.
Oh shit! God damn it! I kicked him right as he was responding. Fine. I'm sorry, Toma. Sorry about that. I thought you were done talking. Okay, Joshua. What's the source? A majority of the Israeli government is Polish.
let me pivot, right? Okay, maybe not the majority. A huge portion.
So you were wrong.
If I'm allowed to finish.
So you were wrong.
If I can finish. Yeah, I was wrong.
Okay.
But if I can finish my sentence, I'd appreciate that. So yeah, I would. The majority, well, not majority, but a huge proportion of the Israeli government is Polish
What evidence do you have for that? Where's the source?
Finish my sentence.
Or you could just give us the source.
That is just
Yeah, I'm just asking. I saw. Don't interrupt.
Yeah, we just asked.
Joshua, I'm just asking where you got this. Like, what is you said you were gonna find a source? So
it's on fucking Wikipedia, mate.
So you don't know how to do
So
any
what is the what is the name of the what is the name of the Wikipedia page that you were looking at?
Right now.
Yeah. What is the What is the name of the Wikipedia page? Wikipedia.
I'm just saying this guy's a dumbass.
I know. Stop. I know. I'm going to pull it up. It should be very easy for you to tell me what exact page you're looking at that makes this claim.
I know, it's so funny.
It could very well just be the page on Israel. I don't think it'd be that hard to find. It makes sense that they're majority Polish because the reason why a Jewish state was necessitated was because of the immense anti-Semitism of Europe at the time. Lots of Jewish people without homes.
I get called an anti-Semite even though I do believe Israel should have their own state. It's crazy. You know, they don't even ask me any questions.
No, Joshua. No, Joshua. When you use the classic trope that Jews are from Poland, that is inherently anti-Semitic. So again, lay me the Wikipedia before we move on. Before we move on, let's get the source. Give me the name of the Wikipedia. Joshua, stop talking. Give me the name of the page. What is the Wikipedia page? You've tabbed out 3 times since we've asked the name of the page. What is the name of the page that says that a large portion? Because now you've shifted the goalpost from majority to a large portion. What is the Wikipedia page that says a large portion of the Israeli government is from Poland?
Okay, so it's Israel-Poland relations.
Poland relations. Okay. Okay, where am I gonna find something on the good chunk of the government? Where am I gonna find this?
Well, I mean, whenever they say 23%, that is
okay. 23%. Okay, so I've typed that. That doesn't come up. Let's look. 20. Huh? That's weird. That doesn't come up either. Let's pull this up right here.
1 second. Let me insert.
Israel-Poland relations. Let's do a Control F. Let's do 23. Oh, we get that's a source. Nope, that's a source too. Source. That's our years. So
you getting 6?
Nowhere on there does it say 23%. Let's type out the word 23. 20. No, that's not here either. So where you said it was on this page. You said it was on this page that it said 23% of the government is from Poland. So you lied. We're tapped out again.
1 second.
So, I don't know exactly where this conversation is going. Could I
Oh,
interject?
hang on. We got to let him finish. We're addressing the fact that he was implying that his first statement was that the government of Israel was from Poland. Then he said a majority of the government was from Poland.
1 second.
Then he shifted the goalpost again and said a large portion of the government is from Poland.
This is absolutely hilarious. Going off this exact Wikipedia page, guess what a percentage of people are Polish or have Polish citizenship in Israel?
What percentage? Where is it?
So it says 200,002. So sorry, 202,300 people were born in Poland or had Polish-born fathers - citizenships. So that's what they're saying. 1 second.
Wow, that's not even close to majority. That doesn't even make them ethnically Polish. They're just born in Poland or had a Polish-born father. Oh my God, that's even less.
Yeah, and so that comes up to 2.2477% of 9 million.
Okay, 2.27% are Polish or have a Polish relative.
But you are completely like ignoring.
So they don't even come up to a fraction of a percentage.
Hold on. Joshua, so are you going to now acknowledge that you lied when you said that the government of Israel was from Poland?
As soon as you acknowledge the 1.2 million figure that you see before the 200,000, yeah. As soon as you acknowledge that.
I'm sorry. Did you just not? What does it say? 1.2 million Israeli citizens were eligible for Polish citizenship. What does that mean?
Do you know why they were eligible for that?
What does that mean?
Yes, because they were either born in Poland or their fathers.
Nope.
Okay, let's just hang on. Let's just wait. Hang on. We're gonna do math. We're gonna do math in front of everyone right now. So, what is the population of Israel? Could someone tell me?
9.2 million.
Not 9.2 million. Okay. 9.2 million. Okay, so we've got 9.2 million. Of that 9.2 million, 1,200,000 were eligible for Polish citizenship. What percentage of that is that of the population, and why are they eligible?
I can tell you why they're eligible because I know.
I know.
Why are they eligible? I don't know.
So 13% is eligible, but how many of them actually have a Polish background? Let's see.
Yo, can I ask why they are eligible?
I know why they're eligible because I've got the fantastic web page I've got the fantastic web page that links to it, which is Ynet.
So angry.
And the reason I'm answering, so shut up.
Bro,
fucking this is why you potato fuckers don't get tolerated.
Potato fuckers, you're just
so in 2004, Poland joined the European Union. Since then, it has become a coveted destination for thousands of Israelis with roots in Europe, who lined up at the door of the embassy in Tel Aviv, hoping to thank the embassy and Poland for its help in regards to reparations and the return of stolen artifacts from Jewish houses and homes in World War II.
So again,
in Israel, so this was the claim, and this, bearing in mind, this is made by Naam Sekula, who is not Israeli. This is on Ynet. This is not an authenticated source. This is a claim from a newspaper article, suggested that 1.25 million people are eligible for Polish citizenship since Poland joined the European Union in May of 2004. Only 30,000 Israelis have already exercised their right to receive a Polish passport. Do you know what's really interesting about this? What's really interesting about this is it says in none of this that these Israelis were from Poland, their families were from Poland. This was only because the European Union and Poland joined that. Now, why would that be interesting? Because 1.25 million Israelis have some form of European citizenship and were members of the EU.
And I like to put
that is all it means.
I like to put it that 2.1%, again, 2.1% of Israel was either born in Poland or
There we
had a
go.
Polish, hang on, stop,
There we go.
or had a
The
Polish,
majority-
stop
the majority of Israelis-
talking.
That's not even the majority by both these numbers,
Poland,
you idiot.
or had a Polish-born father, meaning the people with Polish-born father included in that 2% aren't even born in Poland, and it wouldn't matter because based on your original claim, which was that even if I give you your last fucking goalpost shift claim, which was a lot of Jews in the government are from Poland. So hang on.
Wait, it gets
As
better.
of 2024, 0 of the 120 Knesset members were born in Poland. 0.
Wait, it gets even better because I'm reading through this source that's linked through this page. So this is out of the 202. Anyone who can prove they are descended of family members born in Poland or in all the territories that were a part of Poland between the two world wars, Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania, is eligible. So that includes Ukrainians, Lithuanians,
Why are
and
you
people
so
from
angry?
Belarus.
Why are you so
It's
angry?
not angry. Nice
Because you're
deflection.
spreading
We just proved you
anti-Semitic
wrong.
bullshit.
really
No,
angry, and
because
I'm
you're
gonna
spreading
I know
anti.
you're
Spreading.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Go fucking starve on your fucking potatoes.
What a twat.
Okay. Can I say my piece here?
Sure.
All right. I'm so glad. I just want to say a lot of people here have been talking about Israel as if it's actually defending some kind of Western peace. I think you talk about Israel and Ukraine in very similar lights, whereas realistically they're on the absolute opposite side of history. No, 100%, because you were talking about Uyghur. You brought up the Uyghur population in China and how they were essentially combating terrorism in this.
That's what someone in
rounding
Twitch
up and
chat
talking-
claimed.
Okay, I mean, I hear that claim a good bit. Do you disagree with that claim?
I disagree that the Chinese government shoving all of their Uyghurs into camps and calling them re-education camps and lying to the world is a response to terrorism.
Right. But what about when Israel does it?
What
When
camps?
has Israel ever
What
had
camps?
re-education camps? What are you talking about?
You muted yourself there. Because
They have camps right now. There are actually
Name the
camps
camp.
So I can't give you the name.
okay,
I can
where?
tell you there was a CNN report on it.
Mm-hmm.
What's the CNN report's name?
Palliative,
I
relax.
don't fucking know. I'm sorry.
Well,
I don't
go
have
and get the
name.
CNN report. You just
Palliative,
claimed on the
relax,
CNN report.
relax, palliative.
Yeah, Jesus
Relax.
Christ.
I'm asking him to provide the
But,
source he said was out there.
I know you. The reason I brought you up is because I saw that fucking little random fucking shot out of left field saying Israel's putting Gazans into camps. I find that really fucking hilarious. And you say that Israel and Ukraine are on opposite sides. Meanwhile, Hamas has a direct alliance with fucking Russia, who both have direct alliances with the IRGC. Both of them are on the
Both
same
have
side.
alliances with America. Hamas has an alliance with the Israeli government.
Are
I can
you
find
kidding
I
me?
will find you. And no, I am not. They are manufactured resistance to create military opposition to Israel's campaign, as opposed to Fatah, the Palestinian coalition, to actually come up with a democracy and a two-state solution in Palestine. Hamas exists to perpetuate the
Cool guys.
Can I
This
ask,
is
was
someone.
it
No,
meth?
I'm done. This is someone who gets their information from Twitter and TikTok and doesn't read a goddamn thing beyond a fucking headline. Nowhere is there any evidence to suggest that Hamas is an ally of the. Stop talking. The United States is not allied with the fucking group that we have officially labeled as a designated foreign terrorist organization. We are not allies with Hamas. Hamas is not allies with Israel. They are on the opposite side. Hamas fucking hates Jews. Hamas hates the West. Hamas hates America. They hate everything that we, as fucking anyone who's not a fucking Hamas or non-Muslim, stands for. They want us all dead. What
No,
you
well,
hang on,
but
stop.
you don't have the power to do that. What?
Stop. Doesn't matter if they don't have the power.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you
Who's
no
talking?
points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
And now that you heard that audio, I'm done with you. Like, that's fucking insane. That's from Billy Madison, by the way. Holy shit. Hey, Mickey, did you know that we're allies with Hamas?
Oh, is that what the TikTok experts are saying now?
Yeah, I didn't know that we were allies with Hamas.
Here, let me go check in with all my Department of State contacts.
I think they might be thoroughly surprised to find that out.
Yeah, dude. I better let them know.
Zach, what's up?
So I've been joining these TikTok lives, and I think it's really funny that the people who have the highest opinions have never been to Israel, don't live here. I just made Aliyah 2 months ago from New York City. I have friends who are in and out of Gaza every week in the IDF and actually know what's going on. And the propaganda and the media, I want people to actually, if you have such a strong opinion about Israel, come here. We'll show you.
For real. We'll have a good time, dude.
Yeah. Also, the person in chat, there's no such thing as Semitic blood. Again, this is an example of someone who gets their education from TikTok and Twitter. There is no such thing as Semitic blood. It's one of the stupidest things I've ever fucking read.
Zach, what's funny is most of these people with such strong opinions have never been anywhere in the Middle East, or maybe like one country, or on the tourist path. You know what I mean? So it's like, ugh.
Hey, Captain in chat says there are re-education camps, sure, but 1 million Uyghurs being genocided is false. The BBC was invited to investigate, and they couldn't find much that looked like genocide. Hey, keep in mind that the BBC openly stated that they were not allowed to go to the facilities they requested to go to, the ones that were seen on satellite imagery that the Chinese government denied existed, even though they were flat out shown images of like, hey, there's this weird looking facility over here where we notice you keep bringing a lot of Uyghur Muslims. Can we go visit that facility? And the Chinese government was like, that's fake. That doesn't exist.
And also, the reason no journalists are let in that area is because the second we let anybody in there, they're going to be a spy for another country and lie and spew more blood libables about it. Why would we let anyone in right now? We're in the middle of a war.
Semites
exactly. Beyond that, like
Semites are an ethno group.
Wow.
What?
But Zach, hold on. Zach, actually, there a lot. Okay, so news companies, right? They do not necessarily send journalists directly to front lines without being embeds, right? So that's standard, and all of Gaza is technically a front line, right? Beyond that, some of the news agencies that I consult for on their international operations, they won't go there because it's not worth the risk specifically to their foreign journalists, and there's only so much they can do as embeds because there's no point in having journalists just wander around willy-nilly in the Gaza Strip and become potential pawns in Hamas's game, right? And the news agencies themselves, again, aren't willing to take on the risk because they'll just take whatever's coming.
They'll just hire a freelance dude who's already there, regardless of what his stance is.
Exactly.
And I swear to God, if I see someone say that Semitic blood is a thing now, I'm going to lose my shit. Where are you people coming up with this shit that, like, 5 years ago, everyone knew, world accepted facts, and that Semitic blood was not a fucking thing? And now,
dude, I never felt so smart till I got to TikTok, bro. Like, seriously. Like, these people have their level of curiosity about the world never truly peaks. And all of a sudden they see a couple of things on social media and they come up with all these random ass factoids and start making their own hypotheses.
Again, more journalists killed in this genocide than all other conflicts in the last 20 years. Yeah, because the Gaza Ministry of Health likes to do this thing where any fucker that has a goddamn cell phone and an Instagram can label himself as a journalist, and now he's somehow a journalist. That's not how journalists work.
Technically, I'm literally a journalist now. I've interviewed people in the territory.
Yeah, I'm not a fucking journalist, but because I have interviewed people, if I add the word journalist to my fucking Instagram bio, and I walk around with my cell phone, does that make me a journalist now in Gaza? No, it's fucking stupid.
Anthony, if I have a hobby podcast to interview people I work with in the world, like heads of state, like, does that make me a journalist? Am I like a
I'm still a little pissy you haven't got to me about my proposal for the discussion me and you were going to have on your podcast, Becky.
Fine.
Yeah, Zach, I see you're on the same side of us, so but hey, hang on, guys.
Fine, WhatsApp me.
Zach, I see you're on the same side of us, so I get
it's a great idea to say, but Cheerios are better than,
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Thanks for coming up, Zach. I appreciate it. We're gonna look for some opposition now, but thank you, Zach. I appreciate it. OG, what's up?
Okay.
All
Is
right,
it connected to this?
moving on.
Oh my
I don't have time for children.
I can't do anything else, so I'm just gonna give a thumbs to the side.
Gregory, what's up?
Hey, just kind of here to listen and learn. I had a dog in this fight since 1983, but more as a soldier on the ground. So I'm always interested in listening and hearing what opinions are and what facts are.
But we're looking for some opposition right now. I appreciate you coming up if you're on the same side, but it sounds like you kind of understand at least where you're coming from with stuff.
Oh, yeah, we are. Okay, I apologize. All right, drop me back
good.
down. I'm sorry.
Thanks for coming up, Gregory.
See you later, Gregory.
I'll just...
oh, shit. God damn it. Okay, let's see. OG, are you going to actually say something this time?
I'm going to do a podcast over which bread is the best to slap.
Jesus. OG, are you actually going to talk, or are you just going to yell in the background this time?
I'm gonna talk. What's up?
What
you
do you mean, what's up?
You came up here. What's on you? What do you want?
My fault. I want to talk. I said you said you specialize in I guess the Middle East. So
yep.
I guess so are you like pro Israel? What is your stance?
I am.
Damn. I feel bad for you, bro.
That's nice. I don't care.
We don't care.
I don't care what random people on TikTok think about me. This is fucking TikTok.
You can go and cry somewhere else. You mean you're not even using NPC,
No,
right?
do you think maybe as experts with a lot of experience in the Middle East and geopolitical risk and things like that, maybe we know a thing or two, and that's why we support Israel, and also we're fine with things getting better for the Palestinians without the militancy piece?
Y'all some Asians.
Y'all some what? Oh, hand. Stop. Hey, what did you? Asians.
Go watch the movie Matrix, and then
Asians.
Look at it. I'm Neo, and y'all the agents.
Agents.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Oh.
Fucking brilliant.
All right. Wait, I gotta do it. Mr. Anderson.
No. This is one of my favorite audios now, by the way.
Bak, Dirk Allah. Durka, Muhammad Jihad. Sherpa, Bakala.
Sherpa, Bakala. And then also this one, thanks to Mickey.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh,
thank you, Owen Wilson.
Hey, can we get a wow in the chat, everybody? Wow in the chat. Everybody put a wow in the chat. Thank you.
Carlos, what's up?
Hey, so are you actually like a military expert and geopolitical expert?
He is.
Yeah.
He is? Oh, that's pretty cool. So, about Ukraine and Israel, what is your like stance on that? Yeah.
I support both Ukraine and Israel.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it is a G side in Israel, or is that just
no
fake news or propaganda?
Based on the definition of genocide and all the statistical analysis and data we have available, even coming from the pro-Palestinian community, it is anything but a genocide. We have one of the main things is we have the lowest civilian combatant death ratio in the history of urban warfare, with a population that has actively gone up since just October 7th alone, not even including the massive quadrupling population since the supposed genocide started 70 plus years ago. Meanwhile, we can actually look at evidence presented in Ukraine and see actual evidence that would fit the definition of at least an attempt of genocide.
And Carlos, consider this. This is the two of the very specific things that Israel wants is all their hostages back, and for Hamas to disarm and surrender, or give the hostages back in exchange for 2 weeks to run away to like Daddy Iran or something, right? So with those objectives met, do you understand? Like there's also no G side, because there's specific objectives here that Hamas is not conceding to.
Also, didn't they Hamas? Because I saw on online that there was a bunch of college kids saying that Hamas just wanted a two-state solution and Israel wouldn't give them that. Didn't Israel propose that like 5 times?
Yes.
Israel
in
has
the past
offered an
70 years?
official peace agreement 6 times, twice unofficially. Twice the Palestinian governments have been offered everything they asked for plus more, and every single time they've said no. And like the whole thing of Hamas just wants a 2-state. That's blatantly false, according to Hamas themselves. I don't have to listen to what some random blue-haired kid on a college campus says. I could just ask Hamas and look at what they themselves say. And they themselves say that they don't want Jews there, period. They will wipe out all Jews in the world, starting with Israel, because the Jews aren't allowed to be there. Like, we don't have to pretend to know what they say. I don't have to speak on their behalf. I'll just quote them.
And Carlos, one of the ways you can look at this is what determines the actual existence and value, right, so to speak, geopolitical value, social value, whatever, that the leadership brings when it comes to Hamas leadership or the PA. Look at how they conduct themselves, right, and understand that a lot of it is about their own interest and survival within that context. Because outside of the context of Hamas being belligerent to Israel, that's their entire personality, so to speak. Think of it like that. Their entire personality as Hamas and PIJ, etc., is based around belligerence with Israel. And if they move away from that, they no longer have what they want. They no longer thrive off of the status quo. So always look at that as another piece. Their interests have always lied, not with negotiating with Israel, not with making peace with Israel, not with normalizing some kind of relationship or building a confederacy or something with them. It relies on the status quo for their existence as the de facto leaders, dictators, regime, whatever you want to call them. Okay, that's how they are. That's their power. Their power is in their belligerence with Israel.
Also, another question. Do y'all think that the Middle East will always be like not
Yes.
destabilized?
Yes.
But
yes.
always
Yes.
have like wars with each other, even though most
always
of them are
has,
all,
always
like,
will. Always
yeah,
has, always
Sunni
will.
Muslim, like, you think they're always gonna have it? Like,
I'm gonna say as long as
Carlos?
religion exists, period, there's always gonna be shit going on in the Middle East.
For sure. And religion is not to be conflated with heritage and rituals, right? So Judaism, for instance, is practiced even in secular ways by ethnic Jews, right? Shabbat, speaking Hebrew, understanding the ethics based on their very ancient rituals, which have been hijacked into religions in other cases, worldwide religions. Now, Carlos, here's the thing. One of the biggest issues in the Middle East is precisely an imperialistic religion, right? That came out of Saudi Arabia, was focused on conquest, was focused on colonization, right? And it's still a supremacist thinking, right? And again, this is not all Muslims, whatever, caveat here. Many of us we have our Muslim friends. I fought side by side with Muslims in the Middle East against extremists to protect Muslim civilians, blah, 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 etc. But as a whole, you would have to see a huge cultural shift in Islam as a whole and all of its sects.
What?
You would have to see a huge cultural shift in Islam.
Sorry, but like when you middle of talking, my screen just like glitched for like 5 seconds. I didn't hear anything after that.
Okay, where did I get to?
You said after I fought with Muslims against extremists, and then after that, I don't know why I just froze.
So the caveat. So that's my caveat. Well, okay, no one here is Islamophobic at all. Here's the thing, but Islam as a whole needs a cultural shift, right, globally, right, especially in the MENA region, for there to actually be peace in the Middle East. Because part of what drives these things, right, is the actions and reactions to that theological and political supremacy, right? Whether people are more passive about it, more aggressive about it, at the end of the day, it is a form of supremacy that a lot of people don't want to recognize in themselves and then project onto minorities like Jews and Israelis, for instance. So when that cultural shift as a whole for that religion happens, we might start to see more peace in the Middle East.
Okay, yeah. Foreign policy. How do you feel about Trump with like the tariffs and him threatening tariffs on other countries. I just hear a lot of buzz about this. Some people say he's dumb. Some people say
got
he's
laid off
smart
because of him.
alive. You did?
Yep. My primary job was in the semiconductor industry, and Trump fucked the semiconductor industry because before he even got into office, when he got elected, he did this whole thing of, I'm going to tariff China at 100%. And in response, China did an all-out, immediate, full export ban on anything to the United States semiconductor industry, like base materials, so like copper, gallium, argon gas, like everything. And even in the most recent trade deal, that they okay, we're going to keep trading again. You know, it's not included base minerals used in semiconductor manufacturing. That created an immediate supply chain deficit across the entire industry. Some companies were able to prepare for it as soon as it happened and say, fuck it, I'll eat the costs on the tariffs and just buy from this other country and still maintain my supply. Costs will just go up a little bit. Some companies didn't and said, no, it'll be over soon. And it caused mass layoffs across the industry. So I got hit in one of the 1,200 people that got laid off from the company that I worked with. Because get fucked, I guess. Make American manufacturing great again.
Yeah. So the tariffs, some of those tariffs will eventually settle in ways that basically don't change a thing from what they were prior.
Probably.
In other cases, it has caused disruptions to our own industries because supply chains are global, and unfortunately, if you mess with that and aren't excruciatingly careful with it, or act off of what we call competitive advantage with other countries, where we make deals where we don't disrupt each other's industries, we actually, work on our strengths, where we allow for the other countries that are part of our supply chains to do something that we aren't going to do. There's so many intricacies to it. You can't just throw a rock at the window and not expect it to break. So, unfortunately, the best economists in the world don't appreciate it when you have like disruptions like what Trump is doing. A lot of it will settle though eventually. So
yes, to where like would mean realistically nothing in the future.
What's that?
Like settle to where like it wouldn't make a real difference. Is that what you mean by settle?
In a lot of cases, the tariffs didn't really change. Like they didn't really change anything at all. It was just a lot of hype that disrupted markets for a while. But those little ripple effects can affect 100 to 1,000 people in a particular industry that end up getting laid off for no particular reason other than the market change. For half a minute.
You ever think you're gonna get those jobs back, or
they'll
One
eventually
second.
they'll eventually come back, but not like they were.
This guy from Pakistan, dude, I can literally geolocate your account back to Pakistan.
What?
He's claiming to be a Christian and turning around the wicked losing bad, and that's why they blackmailed Anthony Scott, leading to this live.
What? I've been blackmailed?
Zaddy's your handler.
I'm the handler.
Bro, I got fellow service members with pictures of my asshole over their phone. If nothing's gonna blackmail me. Like, what are you talking about?
Dude, I literally tucked this man into bed on.
Oh my god,
like,
Mickey! I got fucking owned by one of my friends in Ukraine the other day. I got fucking owned. We were making fun of each other, and he called me gay, and I called him gay, and he was like, "Well, I'm not the one looking at dicks on their phone," and I was like, "What are you talking about?" As he said that, his dick popped up on my screen. I was like, God damn it, son of a bitch! It's like, why? Man, fucking
brilliant.
It's like, fuck!
Bro, this is what happens. This is what happens when you kiss the homies goodnight, bro.
I was like, fuck, he got me.
Sam,
like,
can
I
you give me
can't,
my mod back on
I
this
can't
account?
argue with him on that one. On this account, god damn it, I gotta fucking.
I just want to clear. You can take it away from the paladin.
Hang on. I'm gonna scroll through the list.
Hey, Carlos, you want to know like a universal truth in the world?
Sure.
War is gay. War is very gay.
That's a universal truth, Carlos. War is gay.
Never heard that one.
Wait, Paladin, is Izzy yours?
No.
Izzy-licious? Who the fuck is Izzy-licious?
No idea.
I think that was one of
Do you think
Ron's.
now that we see that, I wouldn't say Ukraine's winning, nowhere close, but Russia did hit 1 million casualties. And is it true that most of their T-90 advanced tanks were destroyed?
They pulled their T-90s off the front line, as according to the Kremlin themselves. Now, the claim wasn't 1 million casualties. The Ukrainian government claimed 1 million dead. Now, I don't think it's that high. I think they're kind of inflating that, personally. But if we take just into account the visually confirmed stuff, so we can look at visually confirmed losses for vehicles. Over 10,000 tanks. We can look at over 15, I think it's like almost 30,000 armored personnel carriers and infantry fighting vehicles, hundreds of fixed-wing aircraft, hundreds of rotary-wing aircraft, over like 50,000 artillery pieces, thousands upon thousands of drones. And if we look at just the soldiers, like, you can go to publicly available obituary records in Russia since the beginning of this invasion. This is not the people that were reported as MIA, because the Ukrainian military and the Russian military do this. If I don't have a body, they're not KIA, they're MIA. You could have someone die in your arms, take a picture of their dead body, come back from the mission without their body, and go, hey, look, he's dead. And they go, yeah, but do you have the body? And you go, no, I couldn't get it. And they go, oh, well, then he's just missing until you have the body. So this isn't including those people. This isn't including the 50,000 personnel that Wagner lost in just Bakhmut. This isn't including the North Koreans. Just the publicly available obituaries in Russia for the Russian military 6 months ago accounted for 330,000 Russian soldiers dead. 6 months ago. And that's just the ones that we have the body and the obituary is public.
So it's definitely even more than that, huh?
It's definitely hundreds of thousands higher than that. I wouldn't say it's at 1 million, but it's probably quickly rising there. Like, there's many days where they lose more people in one day than they did in the entirety of the Afghanistan war.
That's crazy. Yeah, because I saw some tanks that looked like the Cold War era. I was like, thought Russia was this very big power, and
the most like common tank on the Russian front line is a T-62.
I did not know that.
And I will say this: people hear all this stuff and they go, "Oh, so that means Russia's not dangerous." No, make no mistake, they were definitely a paper tiger, but that doesn't mean.
What does that mean, paper tiger? I hear people saying that about China.
Please don't accept people without me asking. This one's fine.
I didn't mean to. I was trying to. Sorry, I was trying to moderate a comment.
That means like they flexed a bunch of muscle. We found out they weren't like as tough as they said they were. Like, that's literally how we got the creation of the F-15. They had a plane that we thought was fucking amazing, and turns out it was a blatant fucking lie. But we didn't find that out until we'd already built the F-15. It was the greatest goddamn fighter plane to ever fucking fly the skies. The Russian military is a paper tiger, but by no means are they not dangerous. They still have the ability to inflict damage on people and to cause economic hardship and struggle, and even lose lives from your military. But they're not this giant, overpowering, second strongest military in the world like we once believed them to be.
Carlos,
sorry,
remember,
I literally didn't mean to.
That's all good.
Up. I was just.
Mirza,
Carlos, remember,
hang on, Mickey.
we are larger in spending, innovation, in some cases size overall than the next 10 militaries combined.
But yeah, I knew that. Yeah. I always see those on like online.
China, Russia are at the top of that list, but they're still like
small. Yeah, like China.
So,
China
do you think
boasts
China's a paper tiger. Because
Yes.
I heard they weren't in a war since
to an
like
extent.
the 70s.
To an extent, like, let's put it this way: China boasts about their navy and how they have the largest navy in the world. Over half of their ships are not open seaworthy, meaning they can't get off the coast. They consider basically every random fishing vessel that can do what the fuck the Chinese government tells them to as part of the Chinese navy. That's
like
not how a
wooden
navy
boat
works.
on the shore,
Yeah,
they,
like that means you're a Chinese boat owner in China. Cool. When we say so, if war kicks off, you now go harass that ship over there. You now work for the Chinese navy. So that's not how that works at all.
And Carlos, remember too, when they talk about like million-man armies and stuff, some of these countries, they're talking about reservists. Now, here in the U.S., our reservists and National Guard are actually trained soldiers with equipment, with capabilities.
So like other countries, their reserve are just random people.
It depends on the country.
Yeah.
It depends on the country what the conscription policy is. Like for China, like they do have a lot of active service members. But like one of the things is, do you know the difference between optical and digital night vision goggles? So digital is basically a camera. It takes the image in and translates it, and then it projects on your eye. Like when you're looking around with your civilian little digital night vision goggles, if you move really fast, there's a delay in the movement. What you see in here is not actually what's happening there. The rest of the first tier militaries in the world are using optical night vision goggles. Like what I see is what's happening right here. It's an optical. It's a phosphorus light collecting tube. The Chinese military is still on first generation digital night vision goggles. Like shit you buy on Temu. And that's only issued to a quarter of their infantry.
Oh, so like, I didn't know that. Because a lot of people, like people that say that they're military experts, say that if we went to war with China and we weren't using nukes, that we would get like destroyed and stuff.
Some people say that. Those people are usually morons.
They're idiots.
Mirza,
Like,
Big 8, fuck! For 3 minutes, we've been trying to get to the new guest. Fuck. Mirza,
sorry.
what's up?
Hi guys, nice to listen to you.
Hello. Welcome to the panel.
I come from Bosnia, so sort of Balkans, so Southeast Europe. I wanted to ask you, how likely do you think any kind of Russia diversion in this area is possible now? Because these numbers, what you said, seems realistic, like 750K at least Russian soldiers dead from the start of the war, or even more. And we had a realistic threat of some kind of Russian diversion, like proxy war here, to divert attention from EU and US or international community as a whole to this area, so they could have more free space in Ukraine. What do you think? Is it less likely to happen from now on, or is it realistic, or whatever?
Well, Russia's still testing the waters with stuff, and there's always a possibility, depending on where they go. I'd say it's more likely that they push into either Finland, or they fuck around with Lithuania, Latvia, or Estonia through Belarus, or just through their own territory. Look at the map right now. I don't think they go south like that. And again, I'm not referring to like a full-scale invasion. They already got the distraction they wanted, which allowed them to stretch their legs, which was Israel and Gaza. Like on October 9th, 2 days after October 7th, Dmitry Medvedev openly admitted that they helped fund, train, and arm Hamas in order to facilitate October 7th to distract the world from what was going on in Ukraine. And then 2 weeks later, Putin openly invited the leaders of Hamas to Moscow. Okay, Ollie, if you're gonna spam my comments, you're just gonna get muted. Like, I don't care, dude. But we've also seen Russia testing the waters in certain areas, accidentally flying into other people's airspace, accidentally lobbing a missile over, accidentally cutting a bunch of internet cables for NATO countries. And they're testing the waters because they know that the traditional war of attrition isn't really applicable anymore. They could lose fucking equipment all day long, but what matters is public sentiment. They're seeing right now that people in the West are very wary of war. They don't like war. They don't want to see their people die. And it's very possible that even if the West would be justified, and let's say Russia did invade a NATO country, if it was justified for everyone to start going after Russia, as soon as the West starts seeing their service members and their civilians die, they're not going to want it. They're going to go into appeasement. Just give Russia what they want. They said they'll stop. And Russia could easily test those waters. Will they do like a full-scale invasion? I doubt it. They don't really have the capability to do so. They've already built up over 100,000 troops on the Finnish border. And then they're signaling what looks like it could be an invasion force. I don't think they'd actually do a full-scale invasion. The current theory in the think tanks is they could just push in a little bit, see what happens, see if Article 5 gets voted on, because, you know, even Article 5 needs a unanimous vote, and all it would take is Hungary or Turkey to vote no on Article 5, and now no Article 5 reaction. So they could just test the waters and see what happens. Would they actually go into a full-scale invasion, though, in the next year or so? Probably not. Maybe in 5 years if they build up more. But right now they can't afford to launch another full-scale invasion with what they're dealing with in Ukraine right now.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, Tahir, because you're just going to spam in the comments, you're on timeout too. Is that all you had, Mirza?
Yeah, I just need to make small insight. I used to watch Serpenza, if you know who it is.
I was going to bring him up actually for the dude in the Twitch chat who was talking about the Uyghur camps. I was actually going to talk about his videos.
Yeah.
Wait, I had it up already. I had it.
Nice, man.
I had Serpenza Uyghur camps. I had it up already. Yeah, I'll be bringing that up in a little bit. But yeah, thank you for coming up, Mirza.
Hey, thank you. Bye-bye, man.
Have a good day.
Hey, Anthony, do we know the numbers of Finnish and Polish volunteers in Ukraine right now?
Pretty sure
Decent bit of Poles.
Like 130,000, wasn't it?
Oh God, no! God, no! No, God,
all
no!
Volunteers. All
God,
volunteers.
no! It's never been that high. It's never been that high.
I was gonna say.
God, no!
No. So sorry. Let me re-clarify. All volunteers, including medical personnel, and including healthcare volunteers. That was the number I saw for all.
I'm thinking of just fighters. Yeah, the fighters is nowhere close to that.
No, fighters is like what, 15,000, if that.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this the other day because I was looking at that video of I can't remember what unit it is, but one of the guys that went down was Finnish, and it just hadn't occurred to me to think about like what are the numbers of volunteers from these countries that have active, like basically see Russia as an active threat.
I can check because the Finnish government have put out official numbers because they have the Finnish have a rule that you can't maintain Finnish citizenship and fight in foreign armies.
But I bet you that's.
But they bent. But yeah, they bent that rule. And
I mean,
I think there is an
the
official.
the French Foreign Legion at one point was like, hey, if anyone here has family members who are in Ukraine, you're free to go and you could take your kit with you. Also, we're not going to verify your claims. It's like, oh, all right.
Okay, so at the current time, the claim is 242.
Russia claims that 10,000 Polish citizens have participated in combat.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Then they claim there's another 5,000 Polish mercenaries just in Zaporizhia.
According to the Polish and to the Ukrainians, there's 17,241 foreign fighters in total, and 1/4 of that is Polish.
Serpenza is awesome. He throws facts a lot. He does indeed, and he backs it up. Serpenza.
I think that's
South. Serpenza is South Africa.
That's according to EU versus Disinfo.
Right.
I've never used this source before.
Any attack on Finland is very, very unlikely. No, it's not unlikely that they would attack. A full-scale invasion of Finland is very unlikely. All they would be doing is pushing in a little bit to test the waters and see what happens. There's no way they'd actually commit.
Is a good organization. Okay, so this one's like the Henry Jackson Society, but for like the Russia-Ukraine war. So they've recurrent pro-Kremlin disinformation narratives presented Poland as a state with aggressive anti-Ukrainian plans, aiming to obfuscate the reality of the Russians' unprovoked, unjustified invasion. So they said that basically this was the claim that Polish troops had already taken over parts of Ukraine, and that's why Russia's going through it. And then it gives the official statistics of how many are volunteering. 4,730 volunteers in total currently active in Ukraine.
Someone made a fake post that says Taliban banned SIG P320 citing safety concerns. That's funny as shit.
Oh, yeah, the Russians also claimed last week that 1,462 Polish mercenaries have just died in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, even
Which
if it's
claims a lot.
That level of participation shows that the nature of the existential threat that Poles feel, along with other volunteers from those regions.
Oh, they've got a whole article page on Israel. Let's have a look at this. The Russian army shows amazing humanism by not attacking civilians, targets in Kiev. That's got nothing to do with Israel. Iran is disinfo. Iran is a peaceful state unlike US and Ukraine, according to the Russian media outlets. That was on the 23rd of the 6th.
All right,
Russian media outlets say crazy stuff.
Who cares what they're saying? You're a Zionist. Yes, Mike. Carlos, did you have anything else? Any other questions?
Yeah, just a couple more. How far ahead in like aviation and technological advancements ahead are we of every other like country military wise?
So I'll say that when it could vary, but a lot of people like to use the whole 5th generation, 4th generation, all that shit's literally arbitrary made up garbage. Like whoever is the first to come up with a generational fighter gets to claim what the requirements are of that. Even the US, when we've claimed to have a 6th generation fighter in development, means absolutely fucking nothing. But capability wise, like there's nobody who fucking rivals us when it comes to advanced technology. Like even the most advanced Russian air defense systems right now, the S-400 and the S-500, we're fairly confident can probably see the F-22 and the F-35, but they can't lock on. There's no fidelity, there's no clarity in the images they're looking at. We know what those systems are capable of. We've worked with them before, but they can't fucking do anything about it. That's why we saw like F-35 sales rise when Israel went into Iranian airspace completely undetected and absolutely fucking leveled the majority, if not all, of the Iranian air defense systems. when it comes to the capabilities of their planes. We're looking at Russia's most advanced fighter being the Su-57 Felon, but there's only like 11 of them that have passed the production line, and on top of that, they've still got massive fucking problems to the point where they're... Dude, have you seen the photos of like the wood screws on the Su-57? Exposed screws?
Yeah, I thought that was like AI.
Yeah, and it's not. And their comparison, they pull a whataboutism and they go, well, look at this photo of an F-22. And they show an F-22 in stress testing that shows cracks on it in front of the cockpit window. Like, their comparison is a flight-ready model ready for combat to this test plane being used as a demo plane that shows how you can stress the airframe. Like, that's their whataboutism comparison. We're talking about people that are now using donkeys and fucking motorcycles to transport supplies because they physically can't, like the Kremlin has openly admitted, or not the Kremlin, the Ministry of Defense has openly admitted they can't produce enough infantry fighting vehicles and fucking armored personnel carriers to compete with what's being destroyed right now. Their fucking T-14 Armada tank is using first generation French night vision on the tank. Like, you could go on the civilian market right now and buy the exact same night vision optics that the Russian T-14, their most advanced tank, is using. Like, across the board, they lie about their capabilities on stuff. And one of the biggest examples I like to point to is, one, the creation of the F-15 and how we got that when they lied about their plane's capabilities. But the Kinzhal missile, they put their stuff in the best case scenario. The Kinzhal missile is they tout it as a hypersonic cruise missile. And what a hypersonic cruise missile is a cruise missile that can maneuver at or above Mach 5. It's not hard to get to Mach 5. We've had missiles that reached Mach 5 since the fucking 60s. So have most countries. Now, the real difference is maneuvering at Mach 5, because once you hit Mach 5, you get a plasma ball around your projectile, and it gets a lot harder to move because it will just fucking eat itself alive and rip itself apart. The Kinzhal missile can't do that. It can definitely reach Mach 5. It's quite literally just an air-mounted and launched Iskander missile. That's it, with slightly different electronics inside it. It can reach Mach 5. It cannot maneuver at or above Mach 5. And also, when they come up with their range on it, the range on the Kinzhal missile includes, like the advertised range, includes the range of the fucking airframe that carries it. That's like me taking a missile and going, well, because I can mount it on a B-52, and I can keep the B-52 in the air as long as it crosses the globe, I could say this missile has unlimited range. It's like, that's not how that works at all. You can't just claim, like, this... It's just, they lie across the board with everything, and we've seen it all. Like when they had their Terminator infantry fighting vehicle, that thing that was basically just a fucking BTR with a bunch of fucking gun turrets on it that vibrated to all high hell when they were firing. We saw 11 of those made. They made it into Ukraine. We saw 6 of them get destroyed, and then they pulled them out. We haven't seen them since then. They've got all these advanced capabilities across their entire military that they just blatantly lie about.
But Carlos, remember this too. Like, one of our huge advantages that we've had since our lessons of World War II was our sustainment capabilities. Right, that includes our logistics. That includes our abilities to project our forces around the world through our airlift capabilities, through our navy, maintaining naval dominance and power. Right, like we have 11 carrier groups at sea at any given time. The entire world combined barely has what we have. And our main enemies only have like 2 aircraft carriers each, and they don't really function very well.
Yeah,
one of them's diesel.
And like if
I heard that they all had to hug the coast because they're not nuclear powered. Is that true?
Exactly. They have to put into port for fuel every
the top of the line Russian aircraft carrier, which they just abandoned, by the way. Finally, they just abandoned their efforts to try and fix it. Do you know what the ship that always went with the Russian aircraft carrier, like the one that they always drive around and go, look at our aircraft carrier, how great it is. Do you know what they bring with it?
What?
A tugboat. Like, that's not a joke. One of the sister ships of the fucking Russian Pride aircraft carrier is a fucking tugboat. Can you imagine if we had a fucking Nimitz class carrier sailing the world, but we had to escort it with tugboats? Like,
that's insane.
That would be laughable.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's funny. If you look at the carrier that pulled into like Cuba and stuff too, it had a tugboat with it. It had the tugboat with it.
Check this out. Like, it's not just our spending. It's not just our innovation and technology. It's not just our experience and presence in different places. It's our ability to sustain that presence. Any expeditionary forces, no one else in the world, including our allies, has those capabilities. Like when people were talking about Iran and Israel fighting each other, there's only so many ways that they could reach out and touch each other. The idea that they could actually fight a full-scale war is absolutely ludicrous, right? And everybody knows that. But with us, right, like most of our allies, they ride with us when it comes to, again, our airlift capabilities, logistics, transportation, the whole 9 yards. Nobody has that. So when it comes to winning a war, we have all of it pretty much unlocked. We have more advanced technology. We can sustain that technology, whether it's, manufacturing and replacement, whether it's innovating based on lessons learned in the field in real time, whether it's our intelligence assets and our allies' intelligence assets that all have different capabilities that we all lean on. And again, the logistics. Like if you can't sustain a war, there's no point in getting into it. Hezbollah, for instance, one of the largest non-state militaries in the world, they did not have the logistics to sustain the kind of fight that they ended up in with the IDF. Period. Okay. You don't have the logistics, you might as well just stay home.
Yeah, like as much as the IDF is great, like they don't have the capability to maintain a war that far away from their fucking borders. Like there's only four countries in the world that have what we call, like you were saying, the ability to project force at distance for a sustained period of time. The United States, China, France, and was Russia, but they're barely maintaining that now.
Exactly. Now, Israel's military, for what it is, a defense force, it is top notch. It is one of the best. It is one of the best in the world. As far as fighting some type of an expeditionary war, that capability doesn't exist, right, for them. But when it comes, but we're not going to downplay, right, their level of technology, tenacity, and the fact that their defense forces are based on maintaining the actual existence of the Jews and Israel, in the face of their enemies that they're surrounded by. That's a huge difference from what the American military is about.
Also, I don't know if it's true or not, but did we supply Israel's Iron Dome? And if so, do we have a better defense system?
They are contractually obligated to buy the missiles produced for that through us. So as part of Biden's memorandum of understanding that we have with Israel, the 10-year exclusivity deal, imagine it like this. Carlos, you ever shop at Costco?
Yeah.
Costco's fucking dope, right? Buy everything in bulk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the United States here is Costco. We go to Israel and go, hey, kiddo, here's a $1,000 Costco gift card. Go nuts. And they proceed to spend that gift card and then like $10,000 on top of that. And we go, hey, man, how'd you like Costco? And they go, dude, that was fucking dope. I fucking love Costco. We go, okay, cool. At the beginning of every year, I'll give you that $1,000 gift card if you promise to only shop here at Costco. Remember, that gift card's only good here at Costco, and you have to shop for like 99% of your shit here at Costco for the next 10 years. And they go, oh, fuck yeah, I'm down for that. So we give them a little bit of a credit system or gift card at the beginning of every fiscal year, and they proceed to dump money in like 3 to 5 times on average the amount that we give them on top of that, only in America. So like we manufacture the missiles for the Iron Dome, but they also do have integrated systems like Patriots and THAAD within their Iron Dome system, because it's an entire mesh network. The Iron Dome isn't just the close range missiles that get launched. Like the Patriot missile system, I would say, is probably the best air defense system in the world, due in part thanks to Israel. So like when we implemented it, we were already on air defense. We'd been working on that for decades, but we had a problem with specifically the Patriot missile system where we were having a lot of blue on blue incidents with friendly fire shooting down our own planes. So we went to Israel, who had already finished the Iron Dome, and we're starting to implement it. And we said, hey, can we get access to some of that software, bud? And they went, I don't know about that. So we said, how about a paid partnership? We'll help with further developments. We'll do a partnership. You give us access to the software, help us refine our own system. And they went, fair enough. And they helped refine the Patriot missile system to where we haven't really had that issue since then. And it's probably the best system in the world.
And by the way, Carlos, how much do you think that system is being improved with all of the saturation attacks that we can then glean data from when the IRGC decided to launch all kinds of missiles and drones at Israel? Besides our pilots getting like real world experience and things like that, shooting down drones, that system learns. So we can take all that data, right? We have amazing people in tech in Israel. We have amazing people in tech here in the US. So that Iron Dome and all the layers to it, right, is now going to be even more robust. If you've got a 90 to a 95% interception rate, even for ballistic missiles, and they kept hitting them with saturation attacks, guess what? that system and all of that data, we collect all of that data on those attacks, and we're able to improve the system, potentially up to 99% interception rate, or maybe 100. Now that's what makes that Iron Dome and all of its layers very, very interesting to countries like Saudi Arabia or Eastern Europe or other people who now, from a business perspective, want to buy that joint venture item from the U.S., from Israel, and whoever, who have the majority stake in that joint venture. And it also changes the nature of warfare. The more that it's been proved, and it gets to the point where missile attacks are a worthless thing to do because of the defense systems that multiple countries have, it changes what we have to fear in warfare in the future. If we can get to the point where ballistic missiles are absolutely a worthless thing, including nuclear warhead ballistic missiles, that changes the kinds of things that we actually have to worry about, the kinds of threats that other countries can make. So anyway.
What do y'all think about the Golden Dome? Because people speculate that it's going to be able to intercept nuclear warheads, and we're going to be almost untouchable.
I think that's very likely. Even with the tech we have now, it's practically there. So, and that's what I'm hoping we get to, is that 100% interception rate specifically for ballistic missiles, because that changes things dramatically in terms of how people can sort of blackmail us with their nuclear arsenal. It also makes it so that most countries that are thinking about nuclear proliferation will look at it and be like, well, this is a super expensive endeavor, and it's very unlikely that I'll ever be able to use this technology effectively, so I might as well just leave it alone and go back to making trade deals or something.
The Golden Dome and other forms of interception technologies, even if they get to 95% efficiency, the reality behind it is there isn't enough nuclear missiles on the planet for any single nation or even multiple nations together to justify wasting all of that when they don't have that capability of defense themselves. Even now, Russia doesn't have the capability of defense that America does against nuclear weapons.
Exactly.
So it becomes a geopolitically ridiculous game to play, which is actually why we are seeing more of it as an invasion into American and European politics. That's why they're starting to focus on that significantly more now. And this is where the next war, I think, will be faced. It will be faced most certainly on the field of politics and on the field of hearts and minds and souls of the nations of the world.
There's a dude in the comment said Russia's bleeding NATO dry, and it's an excellent strategy, and the West is finished.
He's just spamming. And when you ask him for stuff like that, they'll never have any sources. The problem is you ask for, okay, cool, where did you hear that? Which expert or someone who would actually know said that Israel doesn't have any Iron Dome missiles, that America's running out of missiles? There's they could possibly reference something recently where I think it was someone within the U.S. government said, oh yeah, the U.S. is running low on Patriot missiles, but then it was immediately rebuked, and then we immediately started putting more Patriot systems into Ukraine, and it was like, what the fuck you talk about then? Why would we do that if we were out of missiles? We wouldn't.
So it's not even remotely true at all.
There's older missiles that are probably out of stock.
Well, yeah, that's how that's called managing inventory, Carlos. There's a huge difference between us having to manage our inventory versus these other countries that quite literally, the more they do these types of attacks, they run out. They don't have the sustainment capabilities or the economies to do this. We can do this all day. We have to manage our inventory for a few weeks because we need to ramp up manufacturing, whatever.
So one of the things I like to put is, this is an example of people that don't really like to read anything beyond headlines. And this is, let's see. Okay, here we go. There's an article where people don't like to read anything beyond the headline. Aid for Ukraine leaves Western ammo stockpiles at, quote, bottom of barrel, NATO official warns. And if you actually if you read the title, you go, oh shit, we're running out of ammo. But if you actually read, okay, here's a quote from a Royal Netherlands Navy Admiral, Rob Bauer. He says, the bottom of the barrel is now visible, he said to the Warsaw Security Forum on Tuesday. We give away weapon systems to Ukraine, which is great, and ammunition, but not from full warehouses. We started to go away from half full or lower warehouses in Europe. So he's literally saying, hey, the shit that like we kind of didn't really give a shit about that was already low in numbers. Yeah, we can see the bottom of that. We haven't even started from the full warehouses yet. And they've been parroting this exact article since it came out in October of 2023.
Exactly.
So they're only running out of ammunition in half full warehouses.
It depends. So like, it depends on what people view as running out too. Because so like one of the big things is for America, not every country operates like this. A lot of the Western ones do, but we have a shelf life for everything, whether it be missiles or artillery shells. Let's use artillery shells, for example. 15 years. It's a shelf life of your average, just regular 155 millimeter artillery shell. When it reaches that 15 years, we throw it into a stockpile. That stockpile can now be used for foreign aid or to sell it to someone. We would never use that shell again unless it's an absolute fucking emergency. So while we build up our own personal stockpile, which we're required by law to maintain, there's still, let's say there's 100 shells in that stockpile. One expires. All right, move that to the aid stockpile. All right, I'll grab a new one from the factory. All right, another one expired. Move that to the aid stockpile. All right, take another one from the factory. And we keep doing that. And then we start selling from that other aid stockpile. So like these countries that we sell stuff to or give aid to, unless we're selling it to them brand new, they're getting old shit that we would never use in a million years. Like even the ATACMS missiles that Ukraine was using for their HIMARS systems. We saw photos of them. They were Block 1 edition missiles, meaning they were the very first ATACMS missiles ever produced in 1991. We would never use those. Those are old. So
we're using, like, giving them equipment like the M1 Abrams, the very first ones in like 90s.
We gave them old fucking export Abrams, which are nowhere close to the current Abrams that we use. Different armor package, different capabilities, all that stuff, different systems. And when it comes to stuff like that, though, people say, oh, well, you don't have the ability to replenish it if you need it. Even some of the stuff that, like, we do go through pretty fast. We still have the capability to ramp up production like we did in World War II. We still have random fuck-off factories across America that still have dies and casts for artillery shells sitting in their closets. Like, we could, if we really wanted to, we could fucking crank this bitch up. Manufacturing, let's go. But we don't have a need to. Because we're just, we're giving people our old shit. Like the Humvees we give Ukraine. Those are 20-plus-year-old Humvees that were already replaced by other Humvees, and then those were replaced by JLTVs, which are Chevy Silverados on steroids. Like, we're fine. If we really need to, we can ramp production up, but we clearly haven't seen a need to ramp production up. And if we do, it's like, whatever, we'll do it when we get to it.
I didn't know that. Damn. So, like, our, like, not even secondhand equipment, our, like, 90s equipment is, like, giving Russia kind of a run for its money when it was at its height, huh?
Yeah. Shit that we already knew worked. We're watching it work again and going, that's funny. Let's go make something else cool.
Yeah.
Do you think like the same thing with China, though? You think China would stand more of a chance?
Their shit is literally Temu copies of Russian equipment. Most of their fighter planes and their cargo planes are one-for-one copies of, or not even one-for-one, they're shitty copies of Russian and American technology. Go look up American planes versus Chinese copies. Or Russian copies.
I have heard that they were like cheap copies and all that. But isn't like the Russian like Su-34 and 57, aren't they like as big as a school bus? Like aren't they like massive compared to our fighter jets?
Huh? Massive doesn't mean effective.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that they're like effective.
Yeah,
I'm
like
saying,
the F-16 is tiny. The F-16 is tinier than a lot of people realize. Like that doesn't mean anything though. Oh wait,
no, I'm not saying
did I
they
find
mean
one?
good. Like I'm just asking, like, is it true that like they're huge?
Some of them.
The one that I saw was pretty big, like, and clunky. Like you can see it in the flight videos where they're just like they're trying to do a turn.
Here
they can't turn like our fighter jets do.
Here is an American E-2 Hawkeye and a Chinese KJ-600. Huh. That's kind of weird. Can't be. A C-17 and a Y-20. Oh, maybe they wouldn't do it a third time, would they? Oh. They even copied
that
Russia.
That really just looks like a shittier copy of the first one.
What about again?
Exactly.
Oh. Huh.
That's insane.
Oh, it keeps going.
Wow, I didn't even realize it was this bad. Wait, did we make that? Wait,
That's insane.
That's an
I
Israeli
didn't know
play.
that.
Yeah, dude. There's
You know what? We need to just
tens of
make
them.
something ridiculous as a joke and see if they copy it.
That's insane. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Wow.
dude. There's entire fucking videos on it on TikTok that are pretty funny. It's just slideshow videos. It's great. Alex Hollings. Yeah. Oh, fucking great thing. Go to great suggestion. Someone. Alex Hollings.
By the way,
TikTok.
Carlos, in business and warehouse operations.
Go to this person's
again,
TikTok. Alex Hollings. Great dude on aviation history and fucking planes in general.
Might have to go get that guy a follow.
Also follow habitual line crossers.
Yeah.
Animated geopolitics that are actually correct, not like these like weirdos that have popped up in the last few years.
He's also probably the world's foremost expert on air defense systems in the United States. He literally like helped facilitate the training and creation of the training program to train the guys in Ukraine that operate the Patriot system. Oh shit, I forgot. We let someone up. Zara, hello, what's up? Zara?
Hello.
I'll invite
Hey,
you.
person with the Arab imperialist flag in your bio. Person with the
Oh, hello.
Arab imperialist
Oh,
flag
you got
in your
an
bio.
echo, Zara. Oh Jesus. Okay.
That was really bad.
Okay, we're just gonna move on from that. Let's see. We got someone else. Is that a C or an O? Goddamn computer monitor all fucked up. CM, what's up?
Oh, not a whole lot. How's it going?
Going all right. What's on your mind?
I was going to ask, as far as war goes, do you think that the only moral way to fight a war is to fight it quickly and end it quickly?
Yes.
Depend. A lot of times, yeah,
That's
but
about
depends.
as moral as it gets. Why?
Depends.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is because, I mean, and it's a common saying that that's the most moral way to fight a war, and it's pretty commonsensical as to why that is, just because war is brutal. If that's the case, how come we haven't ended this war quickly if we have all these capabilities to end it?
Wait, I'm just sorry.
Which
I'm gonna have
which
to,
war?
Yeah, I'm also gonna just have to disagree with Mickey on that because there's plenty of wars that you can fight very quickly by ignoring a lot of international rules and regulations and end it very quickly. I don't think that the time frame makes the morality.
It's the whole argument is like ending the suffering and just getting it over with. What? So we have the capability to end which war? Which one are you referring to?
I'm mainly talking about Ukraine, just because it's been a very large war, the largest since World War II, is what they say.
I mean, we do have the capabilities to end it, but we're not directly involved in conflict or in combat, so that would be why we haven't done anything.
The Ukrainians are doing their work. We're just giving them the supplies.
Well, I mean, but why? Again, why drag it on for so long? Like, if we have the ability to help out our allies to have this war just...
Oh, I would agree. I would have loved to do that. I would have loved to fucking obliterate Moscow day one and have boots on the ground and been over there fighting with the boys. Would have loved that, but it's not what the United States agreed to. The United States signed an agreement where we would only intervene with boots on the ground if Ukraine got nuked.
Again, like, what's the purpose of that? Like, what advantage does that serve us?
This isn't for an advantage. Like at this point, it's just there doesn't have to be an advantage behind it. Yeah, it's great that there are some advantages, like without risking any of our soldiers, Russia is losing all of their fucking equipment and soldiers by the hundreds of thousands, and we're seeing how much of a failure they are and how they adapt and stuff. But like, there doesn't have to be a necessary advantage, and people don't have to. Not everyone agrees on putting boots on the ground. We could very well just put boots on the ground and squash this shit almost immediately, but that's not what the American government wants to do.
I mean, in many cases, we don't need to put boots on the ground at all.
Yeah, we could just do a no-fly zone and fucking obliterate everything on the ground in Russia.
Right, and again, it's just I've been listening for a little while, and I was just hearing about, again, like, say for instance, like with F-35s, how you guys were saying that they moved so quickly and stealthily that anti-aircraft systems didn't even pick them up whatsoever. If that's our level of almost like godlike power, you know, it almost seems cruel not to use it to put an end to human suffering. 'Cause as far
I
as
would agree.
Ukrainians go, yeah,
We agree.
Yeah, like I would have loved day one I would have loved this back in 2014 when Putin ordered the invasion of Crimea and the Donbass region. I would have fucking loved if Obama had gone, you know what? Fuck you, Russia, and just started leveling things. But he didn't. And then that perpetuated on, and we abided by the Budapest Memorandum. We were just assisting Ukraine. And in 2022, when we were watching the borders live and watching Russian tanks cross over and start slaughtering people, I would have loved if American boots had been put on the ground and just fucking level shit. And I know that boys who were fucking and the U.S. military were sitting on the Polish-Ukrainian border would have loved to just go in and fucking steamroll Russians. But that's not what the U.S. government agreed to do with Ukraine. That's not what we're doing. And as much as I disagree with it, that it is what it is.
Right. Who in government do you think is preventing those actions from being performed?
The whole government and the people and the will of the West. The West can't handle watching their own people die right now. The West is wary of war. And on top of that, the threshold for what the agreements we signed to have not been met.
In terms of just the will of the West and things like that, I mean, I could definitely understand the will of the West as it relates to conventional war, where just lots of human intervention is necessary. But I mean, as far as like our F-35 pilots, just for example, going in, that wouldn't be but a sliver of people performing that operation, to where I don't think you would need the will of the American people to do that.
That still takes a lot of planning and involvement, and it's not just the pilots. There's a whole lot of shit that goes along with that. All the support personnel, where they're located, how many support personnel, the other equipment that we have in the air and in the region. There's a whole lot more that goes into it, and also risks having an actual direct conflict with Russia that, although we probably would easily win, again, the United States did not agree to that, and the people don't want that. So as much as we could, there's no agreement that says we should right now or that we're required to, unless, again, Ukraine gets nuked. It's like, I understand what you're asking. I would love to fucking kick Russia's ass up and down the block all day long, but we didn't agree to do that unless Ukraine gets nuked.
Right. Just among other things, I mean, and again, I mean, I guess this is just me complaining about the state of things in America right now. But I mean, I feel like because of like Russian food and being off the world market and other things like that, like I feel like the everyday American, you know, especially with grocery prices and everything, I feel like we're having a pretty rough go at it right now. You know. Like,
yeah, I don't
people
deny
having a
that.
hard time paying for things and whatnot.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, but it's not because
again,
of it's not because of Russian stuff being off the market.
Well, I mean, okay, so at least in terms of food, there's not very many countries in the world that produce and export food, right?
Okay, what does that have to do with what do you how do we get from Russian food to world exports?
So just what I'm talking about is supply and demand. If there's a low supply, that would theoretically raise prices, right?
Sure, if there is a high demand, because you can have a low supply and low demand, and that means prices would stay low. It depends on the demand for that low supply.
If you're working off competitive advantage, then it depends on how they set the demand or the supply.
Right. So as far as food goes, do you think a person's demand for food can increase and decrease at will, or is it a pretty predictable thing how much somebody would eat?
It depends on the circumstances. Like
if you
during
eat too much, you
COVID,
get fat.
panic buying and
If you don't
shit.
eat enough, you
Yeah, those are case by case individual things. But like, let's say for example, COVID, there wasn't a valid reason for everyone to just gobble up every bit of supply for fucking toilet paper when they didn't need to. That was an artificially created or man-made created scarcity in supply that caused demand to go up even more and caused pricing to go up even more. But if people had just been fucking sane and got the normal amount of toilet paper they bought on a normal regular basis, we wouldn't have had a fucking problem. The same thing applies if like people try to grab shit up when they don't need to.
All right, so to my knowledge, I think there's something close to only 10 countries in the world that actually have the ability to, with their farmland and everything, export food and put it for sale on the market. Two of those countries, and two of the most the ones that produce the most, is Russia and Ukraine.
Well, wheat. They produce wheat.
Yeah.
Right, and as far as wheat goes, that's also an important thing because there are other foods that are produced. For instance, corn. There's a lot of countries like the United States and Brazil that are very large producers of corn. However, most corn doesn't actually go to feeding people, it goes to feeding animals.
Okay.
Wheat and rice are kind of unique in the fact that they almost exclusively go to feeding humans.
Sam,
So,
I'm trying to figure out. Do you want to like move forward to where you're trying to?
I'm trying to like I don't understand what you're getting at. I don't understand what you're getting at, dude. Like, are you implying that we're suffering because Russian food is not on the market?
well, I mean, so as far it wasn't that I was implying that. I was initially stating that because of the war and Russian food being off of the market, and there just being very few countries that there being very few countries that export food, it's created a shortage in world food, which is causing an increase in price. And the initial thing I was talking about going into this is that people in America are suffering very high food prices. It's something that I don't think we've ever seen in the country outside of maybe like
Yeah, that's nothing to do. Our food prices have nothing to do with Russia's food not being on the market because Russia doesn't even export Russia doesn't even export enough to us to be considered a major exporter to the United States. Their main people they export to are China, Turkey, Egypt, Kazakhstan, and Belarus.
Right, so I understand that, but the whole world's connected, as we know. So just as an example, let's say Egypt, Ukraine and Russia would have been a big supplier to Egypt, and Egypt's a very food scarce country. It has one of the worst ratios of fertile land to population in the world, even kind of more so than the rest of the Middle Eastern countries, with maybe a few exceptions.
Right.
And like I said, at least as far as they go, if they can't import Russian food because they want to be solidaristic with us, well, then they're going to have to tap into other food sources, for instance, from Belgium, which produces, I think, the world's most vegetables or something, if I'm thinking right. And that's going to then, because we might trade more with Belgium, it's going to take Belgian food off of the market because, maybe Egypt being
none of our prices of food are being affected by Russian food not being on the market. We don't. No.
It doesn't make an iota difference. So, hey, Sam, listen. Here's one of the things. It's not about food scarcity in the world when it comes to. It's rather about food distribution. Okay, distribution is what determines food availability more than anything else. Okay, we make more than enough food around the world. Okay, and we have a couple of regions like Latin America per se that are set to be global breadbaskets with their production, even in the face of climate change. So again, it's not so much that there isn't enough food being produced, it's how it's distributed, whether or not that distribution is efficient and that access is readily available, right? So if the grocery store is a 1 mile walk from my house, but it doesn't have any food, so I have to go 10 miles to that next grocery store, that's an issue with distribution. That is a form of food insecurity, but it doesn't mean that the food isn't available. It's just distinct in terms of its efficiency of distribution. That is the only thing that stymies the world in terms of food scarcity. Food scarcity is a matter of distribution, not necessarily production. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, though, just if we follow this to its logical conclusion, there certainly has to be a maximum amount of food that the fertile land on Earth can make. And at some point in time,
we can produce food in aquaponics. Now, here's the thing: producing food in hydroponics, aquaponics is not. You can't produce as much per se with traditional agriculture, but the fact is, we can produce food in a full variety of environments, enclosures, outdoors. We have all kinds of interesting.
I could 3D print meat right now.
Right.
So just to ask then, because it sounds like you're saying
we can turn deserts fertile with the right technology. Israel is a great example of that, where they have turned all kinds of agricultural tech into incredible productivity in a very harsh environment, right? And a lot of that technology is being adopted even in places where you think they wouldn't even need that kind of stuff, like in Costa Rica, for instance. So
I understand this, but I'm trying to
feeds that
I'm trying to focus on a more fundamental thing here. So, I mean, I understand these examples. And from these examples that you're telling me, I mean, I guess the fundamental question I have to ask is, is our ability to produce food without limits.
Yes.
Then how come it's hard for people to afford food in America?
Because it's how we produce it and its distribution. Okay.
Yeah.
And who actually participates in that market? Not everybody wants to be a farmer.
Also, what do you mean by
Not everybody's capable.
Hey, what do you mean by really expensive? I can go to Costco and get $100. I can get like a lot of food. I don't. What do you mean by expensive?
Yeah, like it's different for every single person, but like it's not like.
Wait. Are you denying? Are you denying that food prices have gone up a lot?
That's not what he said at all. That's a straw man
I don't
argument.
think
No. See, you're now arguing a point he didn't
you're
make.
bragging about how cheap food is at Costco is a counter argument to me.
No, I'm saying, how do you base your claim on food's expensive when there's places like Costco, a lot of places in America where food is not as expensive as you say? It can be expensive in some places, yes, but it's not like it's so unaffordable.
Food is more expensive in Hawaii because a lot of the food that we ship to Hawaii, it takes a while to get there and it costs a lot of money, so it's going to be more expensive. Just like gasoline is more expensive there. There are some places in America where it's cheaper, but like Russian food not being on the world market is not the reason food is expensive. There's other factors at play, like fucking basic inflation. Like inflation plays a huge factor in that.
Well, we aren't having basic inflation though. Like I've been dealing with basic inflation my whole life, and it hasn't been like it's been.
Look, I understand that, Sam, but
What do you mean been like it's been? What, in COVID, the inflation went crazy. COVID was way worse than how it was now.
And it hasn't stopped since then. It's been
What do you
going
mean?
just up and
Inflation
up
has
since
gone
2018.
down so much, it's actually incredible.
Dude, are you living in the real world, man?
Yes, inflation was almost at like 12%.
How much money do you make a year?
That's literally none of your business. Also has nothing to do.
Yes, it does.
No, it
because
doesn't.
if we're talking about having trouble affording food, that is very much an issue of how much money.
I'm not getting into semantics. Inflation during COVID was like
that.
10
No,
to 12%.
that's no. You can't just skip over that, dude. Like
Yeah,
if you have
point.
more than enough money to make it from
Not the point I
paycheck
was
to
trying to make.
paycheck.
Hey, this is wait. Sam,
This
stop
is
for
like,
a second. Okay,
what
look,
the
Big Time dropped a nice little factoid, and everyone can look this up, right? Because this does coincide with reality, especially in that time frame. Food costs dropped from 40% of income in 1900 to 10% today, right?
Okay, well, I'll be sure to thank people 125 years ago for that.
Siam, I know that we're feeling it, dude. I feel it when I go to the grocery store, right? I look for deals, whatever. I get that, but that is not something unique to our time frame, okay? The other issue, and it's not about, and here's the main thing, bro. We can talk about economics all day, why there's inflation, all these other things. The thing is food production is there. We either have the production or we have the capability to produce in a variety of places all around the world, including in the literal cities that we live in. Yeah. The question is the investment in those markets. The question is the distribution, okay? Again, Venezuela, for instance, they have a huge economic crisis going back, a couple decades now, right? More so since 2013. And here's the thing: they run out of food on the shelves.
Dude,
they are surrounded by countries that produce more than enough food. It is distribution and market.
If Russian food not being on the market was the NOBO, the reason that our food is more expensive, then Ukraine's food, logically speaking, considering how much shit they got from Russia, should be overwhelmingly expensive right now. Except when I was in Ukraine during the summer of 2023, I could spend $20 and get enough groceries for an apartment full of 4 dudes for 2 weeks.
All right, so as far as Ukraine goes, again, Ukraine is one of these breadbasket of the world countries. It's not surprising given the basic laws of supply and demand that the breadbasket of
Oh my God, there's not Sam, stop. Listen.
It's not.
There's nothing basic about the so-called laws of supply and demand. And what I encourage you to do, like if you're really worried about food security in the world, delve into that subject specifically and get away from these really base ideas that people like hawk out like supply.
The initial way I started this off is I said, look, all right, war should be fought quickly in order for it to be morally done, and if we have like godlike snap your fingers powers, we should do that. And as far as it goes, I'm not making my whole argument about like Russia's making more food
to avoid disruption.
Hold on, you're straw manning me here.
No. But you want war over quickly to avoid disruptions that cause effects further down the market. Yes.
Right, and one of those disruptions is Russian food not being on the market.
Okay,
cool. I'm done. I'm done. Go cry about. Go to fucking Russia if you want Russian food on the market. I don't give a shit. I don't care about Russian food. I don't give a fuck about Russia. Dude, we answered your question. You not liking the answer doesn't change the answer. Russian food not being on the market is not the reason that American food is more expensive now. End of story. There's no ifs and or buts. Russian food not being on the market is not the reason food in America is more expensive. I don't know how else to tell you that. We all said it in a multitude of ways. We gave you multiple substantiating facts. Like, I don't know what you keep asking the same thing, but slightly reworded.
Am I wrong though? Like, is the inflation worse now than it was in COVID? Is like
I don't.
Because he said inflation's worse than COVID was.
CM, it's not that anyone here is completely out of touch. The fucking irony of your statement. We gave you the answer, substantiated it with statistics and facts, and you still didn't listen because of your anecdotal experience and uneducated view on what is going on throughout the world. Russian food comes to America in such a small scarcity that it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter.
Oh, it's recall bias. Yes, that's what OBA said. Hey, but like seriously, folks, listen. I actually really encourage people. Like, if you're interested at all in things like food security, food distribution, food systems, agriculture, agribusiness, indoor agriculture, controlled environment agriculture, traditional agriculture, like take a good look at it. Actually look at how all of that works. Like take a good look at it. Take a look at how we incentivize it, agricultural policies in the US and around the world. Look at where some of the highest producing regions are, not just country by country, but certain regions, right, have the capability to sustain a lot of other regions in the world. And I also encourage you because this is a glimmer of hope for the future. Look at things like the agricultural technologies that we have today that improve traditional agriculture and our new agri-tech things like indoor agriculture, right? Look at what Israel has done, for instance, with its agricultural practices and technologies, and which countries around the world have adopted those and improved their own food systems from that, including being able to export food items that they were not previously able to export because they weren't producing enough of them. So just like, guys, actually delve into this a little bit. The world is a lot more than just so-called supply and demand.
With the guy in Con said most countries pivot away from America. Is that true?
Most countries, no.
Like
a lot of countries will shout and scream, and often it's people in comment sections like this where they're like, "Oh my God, we hate America." Okay, get along without us then.
Yeah, because I swear, like I have friends in the UK and some in Greece that a lot of people there. I don't know if they're like actual people there. Or they're like tourists. They say that they hate America and the euro doesn't need America, but then my friends are saying we definitely do need America for a lot of stuff.
It's true. No, it's easier to blame your problems on the most visible kid in the room, right? Yeah. And that's the thing. And for me, I always push back on, especially when I feel like you've always interfered with the Middle East, and that's why people are killing each other. I'm like,
the Middle East has been destabilized since literally I think the 8th century and up. Well, before America was even.
I mean, there's a lot of caveats to that too. But but when it comes to American intervention, right? Like when we went into Iraq, like it wasn't a good idea, right? Toppling not just Saddam, but removing the entire Ba'athist Party and then abolishing the military all at once. That was a bad idea, right? Mm-hmm. However, all that means is that the leash was taken off, okay? And so the sectarian violence that unfolded was not encouraged by the U.S. No soldier that I know ever put a weapon in the Shia militia's hands or in the Sunni militia's hands, told them, hey, go unalive each other. Those individuals and those people, besides, ambushing us or whatever, they were constantly unaliving each other of their own volition for their own reasons, okay? And so I really don't like, and that's sort of a micro analogy where it's like, I am tired of everybody blame shifting everything to the U.S. or Israel, for instance, or anybody else, where it's like, take responsibility and accountability for the way that your country or your people or yourself is acting individually, and understand that those are choices you and your leaders are making. That is your choices. Like, yes, we've influenced things here and there. Like we've done some,
the CIA fucked around a bit in the past. Whatever.
Yeah, we're not going to deny that, but so did everybody else. Like, if you're going to, dude, you want Russia as your partner in the world?
This whole shit of this person in the chat says, we are not buying American. Most countries pivot away from America. What fucking source do you have to substantiate that? Or inflation of the dollar is why the global south is pivoting towards BRICS. You know what? I highly encourage the shitholes of the global south to go with BRICS and get absolutely butt fucked by China. Go ahead. By all means, nobody's stopping you.
What is
What when they act like
what
BRICS is
countries
a
are
myth?
in BRICS? I completely
I don't even know at this point, but they haven't. BRICS hasn't met
It's
a single
Brazil,
fucking goal.
Russia,
No, all of them, not
Russia,
just the people that founded
India,
it.
China, and South Africa.
It's not just them anymore. There's multiple countries, but who cares?
Well, there's other
They
countries
haven't
that
hit
joined
any
up.
of their fucking goals, dude.
Well, what do
Five
they
separate.
do?
Stop, that's what I'm trying to say. 5 separate times they've tried to state that they would have their own currency. They would trade with their own currency. They haven't done that. 4 times they said they were going to have their own crypto coin to use internally. They haven't done that. They haven't done anything. They've done nothing.
There's just like a public partnership. That's
Fuck, multiple countries in BRICS are at war with each other.
China's relationships with a block of, say, Latin American countries is more robust than anything they're doing with BRICS. Like BRICS is a totally meaningless thing at this point. And what gets me is when some of these people are like, BRICS is gonna have all this military power. What is
Like this? I'm calling it right now. This person just came up was going to say that. Tyson. What do you have to contribute to this? Because she was spouting off and making shit up on behalf of BRICS. So what do you have to say?
And please make it smart. If it's really dumb, I'm gonna be sad. Dude, you know, while he's sitting there trying to figure out, okay.
Oh, and he left.
Hey, people, I really, really encourage everyone, listen, get off of TikTok for an hour or 2 a day and go listen to some podcasts and read Foreign Policy Magazine. I want you to pick up podcasts by CSIS. They have multiple series, okay, on geoeconomics, geopolitics. You all want to have these really strong opinions. At least listen to these freaking podcasts once a day. Wilson Center podcasts, Council on Foreign Relations podcasts, JGI. It's called Jack Gordon.
Going
Institute
way
of
above
Policy-
people's heads right
Policy.
now.
No, but that's the thing. Like, look up these policy podcasts because you guys want to have all these opinions about economics.
Most of these people will never even Google that. What you just said, they're not even going to write it
Read
down.
Foreign Policy Magazine and National Geographic for the life.
Western propaganda. Hey, Bob, what's up? What's on your mind?
So I am having a hard time feeling like a patriot, being proud to be American, because our country right now looks so weak, and I see that I just came across your page. I see you got the Israeli flag there. Don't know if you're pro-Israel, anti-Israel, but what was going on in the Middle East is obviously a disaster. Has been for a long time. I don't know why the United States just doesn't go in there and take care of everything once and for all. I just don't know. And so I think the only reason now is because we got to admit we're a weak country. We're a weak country, or we just don't care.
What do you mean by what do you mean? But what do you mean by weak though? Because militarily, I would say easily the strong. What do you mean by? You mean like we look weak because we're not doing anything? Because
So this is pure fact.
Wait. Let's get. You're saying something is a fact. What is it that is a fact?
The Ayatollah has put out a fatwa on Trump. Trump is on a hit list.
Okay.
And so I don't understand why we don't just take care of the Ayatollah. He's been a problem in that and for a long time. And so I don't understand why we just don't take care of it.
We don't need to.
That's kind of like you could say about any Middle Eastern country. Like Pakistan says some bad things about our president. That doesn't mean we should go over there and destroy their country.
Who gives a shit? We don't get to. The point is, who gives a shit? Just because we don't give a shit what some random little fucking third world or sitting in a goddamn bunker hiding behind his fucking country thinks or says doesn't mean we're weak. Like that doesn't fucking matter. Who gives a shit what this little fucking third worlder thinks? I don't give a fuck what the Ayatollah does.
And American presidents are always on hit lists. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, wasn't Obama on one or like 2 actually?
All of them.
all of them. And the only thing Joe Biden ever said that I generally thought wasn't him in dementia mode is when he said that if Iran ever does something to Trump, that that they'll unleash hell on them. And that was the only thing Joe Biden ever said that made me respect him. And so Trump is not. I don't understand why we. I don't know. Like, are we weak? Because I don't understand why we. The Jews.
I think you're
Christians are
drawing
not
a lot of conclusions from things you have a gross misunderstanding of.
Well, we're not weak, but we are a little too proportional. We would agree with you. Like sometimes we feel on this panel, especially, that we should be a little bit more direct and involved, so that our enemies understand that we're not always going to play nice, which unfortunately they take as weakness, even though we are not weak, and they know this. They know this at the same time.
What they view as us being weak, I don't give a shit what they think. Like, we will fucking level them all day long if we really wanted to. That doesn't fucking matter.
But why don't we?
Because we don't need to, and it doesn't always make everything better.
Why don't we need to?
Because what fucking reason would we have to wipe the Ayatollah out right now? What would that do?
Okay. Is the United States an empire?
No, an empire. What do you mean
No,
by an
don't, no,
empire?
no, no, don't go to something else. What reason would we have to stop? I'm answering your question right now, and I'm showing you how fucking wrong you are on this. What reason would we have to wipe out the Ayatollah right now?
How was this country founded?
What reason would we have to wipe out the Ayatollah right now?
How was this country founded?
Bob, this is your last chance to answer the question that is being asked of you. What reason would we have to take out the Ayatollah? I don't want to hear a random fucking thing that has nothing to do with what I asked. We're sticking to the topic that you brought up. What reason would we have to take out the Ayatollah?
So you're saying the Native Americans just gave us the land?
Goodbye.
They're like,
I don't know what that has. What is that?
No, he realized that he didn't actually know what he was talking about. The second he got pressed on it, he started fucking flipping to other topics. Fucking Christ, dude. Like, just say you don't know. Just admit you're talking out of your ass. CM, I'm glad that child was someone that you look up to on the panel. I'm glad that person was someone you look up to, CM. Tells me a lot about your intelligence. Oh my god. Bob, last chance. You gonna actually answer the questions and have a cohesive conversation?
no, the Native Americans
Are
just give
you
us the
going
land.
last chance? In order to have a conversation, it has to go both ways, meaning you say something, I say something. You asked a whole bunch of questions. It's my turn. I'm sticking to the topic that you brought up. What reason would we have to take out the Ayatollah?
To take over the land.
Why the fuck would we want to take over the Middle East? Why would we want Iran? What benefit do we get from that?
So land and oil aren't resources?
We already have.
What benefit is there to taking over Iran?
So we can have the land.
Why don't we take
Why
over
do we
Venezuela?
need?
Have
It's
its
not our
military
land. It's not our land. It's not our land.
Yeah,
you don't
this
just get
isn't
to.
the
You don't just get to get
1500s
pissy that the Ayatollah talked out of his ass, and they go, you know what? Iran's mine now.
Yeah, like this
That's
isn't the
that's like
1600s.
that's
where
like
they
fucking.
started-
That's some pretty fucking Russian imperialist shit right there.
Like I said, our country's weak, and it's because of guys like
Okay,
you.
cool.
Our
Cool,
country-
Bob. When you serve this country for 10 fucking years and you willingly go to the front lines of a combat zone, you could come back and tell me I'm weak.
And also, when you actually consult foreign policy leads in senatorial offices every so often.
Wait, actually,
I'll
let
listen to
me just ask Bob. Let me just ask Bob since he wants to come back up here. Bob, have you ever served in the military? Bob, have you ever served in the military?
No.
Cool. Have you ever willingly gone to a combat zone?
No.
Cool. So then you're the weak one.
What did you go to combat for?
So you're just gonna ignore what I just said?
Where did you go? Where did you go? And
So
why'd
you're
you
just
go?
gonna ignore what I just said?
Okay, you went to Afghanistan. Who's in charge of Afghanistan right now?
The Taliban.
Okay, then beautiful.
You mean the people
So
that
why'd you go for?
Bob, the people that didn't get in charge until we were leaving and then came back like scared little bitches because they couldn't do anything when we were there? Okay, cool. Hey, yeah, so again, when you serve in the military, you can come tell myself and Zaddy up here that we're weak. Have a nice day.
That's insane.
Hey guys, if we sit on a country for 20 years and the people that are fighting us that want to take back over the government and make women prisoners in their own country can't do it until we've already sort of removed ourselves from the fight, let the Afghans fight their own fight, and then we go ahead and leave eventually, and that's when the Taliban comes back in. Does that mean that we were losing?
No.
No, Bob's just gonna cry like a little bitch while pretending to be pro-America in the chat. I can already tell his fucking thing.
And like, because a lot of people, I remember I was on another panel and they were saying like, "Oh, America's weak. We never won a war since World War II." have we actually legitimately won one since World War II?
I mean, there's
Yeah.
no such thing as winning.
Yeah, but I mean, no, I'd say fucking yes, because the problem is people will find any excuse to say America bad, America didn't win. Okay, we were in charge of Afghanistan for 20 fucking years. We wiped the Taliban fucking so bad that they literally had to run into another country to hide on a regular basis, and they didn't come back until we fucking left. I'd say we fucking won that, especially when the fucking scoreboard was 55,000 to 2,000. I'd say we did pretty goddamn good in Vietnam until we fucking left, because guess what? The military did fine. The public didn't like it. We did fucking great in Korea. We pushed them all the way back to the fucking Chinese border. Get fucked. We won the fuck out of that. Guess what? There's still 2 Koreas right now. There's not one North Korea right now, or one Korea, because we kicked North Korea's ass and Chinese ass and Soviet ass. Like, nobody fucking rivals us. Just because they want to come with arbitrary excuses and goalposts, you have to say, well, you didn't do this one thing, so therefore you didn't win the whole war. You don't get to make up our own objectives for us. We completed our objectives. We kicked ass. Eat shit.
So we completed the objectives, so realistically we did win the war because we did what we were supposed to do then, right?
Yeah, now you could say Vietnam, sure. We caved because the fucking American people didn't want it anymore. Fair enough. You can make that argument. I would still strongly disagree.
Carlos, think of it like this. Like, there's like traditional ideas about war. So in the Ukraine-Russia war, there is at some point going to be a definitive end to that, correct?
Yes.
Because it has a front line, you have traditional militaries, you have very little asymmetric warfare going on. Okay, so like World War II, same thing, right? Winner, loser. But since that time, and in many cases before this, and this is true throughout history as well, like there's not always a definitive winner in a conflict. It's not a soccer match. Sometimes what we're doing is managing a situation that changes, right? In 20 years, the conflict in Afghanistan changed a bit. Like the different players shifted, like things like that.
And again, the Taliban still couldn't do shit until we left. So Bob's will have kicked ass so the Taliban could rule Afghanistan.
Exactly.
Bitch, if they couldn't do shit while we were there, they didn't fucking win. If you have to wait until the person leaves for you to come back and be fucking powerful, you didn't do anything. You fucking lost.
And their economy shit, and they basically imprison women in the country. So
great win there.
But here's the thing, Carlos. You can look at historically Afghanistan and be like, one of our problems, right? That one of the big problems that we all had was we were technically not allowed to go into Pakistan after these guys. So Pakistan was like a safe haven for them. And the frickin' ISI, the Pakistani intelligence service, and by the way, most Pakistanis agree that they fucked up, that their intelligence service like backed these guys. They kept going into that country. We weren't able to chase them in, even though we did a couple times. You know, I'm not going to say like when or where, but like the fact is we couldn't go and finish the job. And Pakistan, even though it was technically supposed to be our ally on this, also didn't help us finish the job, right? Now, of course, that has because Pakistan was trying to leverage its geopolitical influence on Afghanistan, right? Even if it meant detriment to Afghan women, U.S. forces, our allies, whatever, right? But Pakistan now gets to sleep in the bed it made because the TTP is causing them a lot of problems. This is the Pakistan Taliban is causing Pakistan a lot of problems, and now they've quietly been asking us to come and help them. You know what I mean? So they caused they what is the word, dude? My brain is fried. What's the phrase I'm looking for here?
I'd just say congratulations, you played yourself.
Beast of their own burden.
Yeah, we've got a new person that we haven't let talk yet. Fox, what's up? What's on your mind?
Is this Irish Fox?
I was just wondering why doesn't American soldiers just defend their own country?
Huh?
Why don't they defend our country, American soldiers?
Why don't we defend our country?
We do.
And okay, if that's the case, then what are you doing in Afghanistan? What are you doing in the Middle East? What are you doing in Vietnam?
Okay, one at a time. Afghanistan. We went into Afghanistan to go after the people that blew up our fucking buildings using airplanes, and we wiped the fucking floor with them. And then the U.S. politicians decided to have this great idea going, let's help nation rebuild. We didn't need to do that. We'd already accomplished our mission.
Bullshit.
Hey Fox, you know what I love?
Okay.
Fox, you know what I love? I love Irelanders. I love Northern Irish who absolutely love being British. I love the Northern Irish who are proud British citizens. I want you to know that.
Why don't you stick to the topic?
No. Because Fox, you're really annoying. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just a random old Irish guy who's an ideologue. Like, we don't care.
These people have already said multiple racial insults to Irish people, by the way. I don't care. I'm tired of fucking Irish people coming up and thinking I'm Jewish and telling me that I should be unalive for it. I don't give a fuck.
What's America doing in the Middle East?
Did you not listen to a goddamn word I just said?
Why are Middle Eastern in America?
Yeah, did you not listen to a Hey, stop, guys, stop. Did you listen to a goddamn word I said, Fox?
What were you doing in
Fox, answer the question. And Fox, this is going to be the test to see if you get to stay up here. What was my answer to why the United States was in Afghanistan? What was my answer?
You said that they blew up your buildings.
And we were doing...
Yeah?
We were doing what?
That's what you said. That's what you said.
Okay. Go be fucking retarded somewhere else.
What did you expect from that guy? Seriously.
Sam hates me. What did I miss? Oh shit, you were talking in chat. Sorry about that. I'm talking about Twitch chat has been leveled by my shit. No opposition. Yes, Fox is indeed fucked.
Hey Anthony, do you think a highly anglicized people like the Irish who also benefit from white privilege and Eurocentric supremacy around the world, maybe they had it hard in Ireland for a few centuries or whatever, do you think we should treat them like a special minority?
I don't even give a shit about them.
And I am half
Fox
Irish.
got both Zaddy and Sam. How the fuck did he get anything? Dude, he doesn't even have his own sobriety.
Hey, Anthony, do you think I can go and get land back in Ireland because a couple of my recent ancestors lost it?
Sure.
And had to leave?
Actually, no, you can. The Irish actually do have a protocol for that.
Are you serious?
Yep.
I was trying to be facetious, dude. Don't ruin it.
No, yeah, they have it. There's loads of Americans who went back.
Is that so?
Mickey's Mickey's
I was
Googling.
trying to make a point.
You had it on the books since 1963. You can fully apply for if you have proof that you have Irish citizenship descent, and if your family have any proof that they had land stolen from them by the British, they can recompensate you for that land.
Can I reclaim the city of Bootsbach, Germany, considering my family founded it?
I got an idea. Let's make a campaign for all of the Irish descendants in the U.S. to go back and reclaim land. So that would be, I don't know how many millions of people moving back to Ireland. That's going to help Ireland a lot.
Wait, does this mean I can reclaim the city of Bootsbach, Germany?
Maybe. If the Germans have that same program.
It does not appear they do. Damn.
That's interesting. I was trying to make a point that's not a thing, and now I'm.
Oh, there's a Sorbian movement in Germany, though. Sorbian.
You know what? Good for them.
Oh, hey, Robot, doing okay. Got a headache. Losing a lot of fucking brain cells from people. Oh, who wants to come back? What do you want, Fox?
Yeah, I just want to know.
Never mind, I don't care.
Hey Fox, if your ancestors were Viking at all, then you were an invader in Ireland. Just letting you know.
I ate potatoes last night. Can I move to Ireland now? Wonder how he feels about the IRA.
You mean like a Roth IRA?
Rothschild? The Jews!
It's the Jews! Wait, where'd Palio go? We lost our only Jew.
Oh, he's back.
Come here.
Don't know what happened there.
It's been glitching, dude. Like I noticed, like I was getting dropping panels, but no one was actually dropping me. Same thing with other people.
Yeah. So, since 1963, they've had it on the books. So yeah, you can.
That's super interesting, actually. I wonder how they would manage.
They literally modeled the letter of the law off Israel's right to return.
No shit.
They know they openly got called out for it, like back in 2003.
That's insane.
As a British
Look at
citizen,
that.
I can never respect Ireland
de
nationalism.
facto- Ireland de facto recognized Israel as an indigenous land back movement.
Wait,
Wow.
When
Wow in the chat,
Fox
everybody.
says, "When will you show some intelligence?" Oh, the irony. I'd like to point out that the Irishman is asking me when I'm going to show intelligence when the Irish people's list of inventions literally stopped for 300 fucking years after they invented whiskey. You guys literally drank yourselves into stupidity.
Hey guys, I want everybody in the chat to reply to Fox's comment with "wow." Actually, reply to Fox with "wow."
Wow.
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 Thank you, Owen Wilson.
Hey, I gotta go, but it was a great time talking to y'all. Learned a lot.
All right, thanks for coming up, Carlos. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Tell him you know how to do the jig. What the fuck?
I'm just saying, the Irish really are the wayward sons of the British kings, because I think they forget even their leadership's interbred with the Normans and the Saxons and the Brits and the Picts. There was virtually no difference.
Ireland will be a stand soon.
Of Scotland came from Ireland originally too, so it's like
Yeah, they all have Iberian roots. The Irish themselves are colonialists who killed the original peoples that lived there. And the original peoples that lived there were wiped out or graped into the culture because the original people weren't Iberian. They had slightly different genetics that linked them back.
Auntie's
to
from one of
Sweden.
those indigenous groups.
Yeah.
Guys, remember
The Welsh are the only truly indigenous groups left.
go ahead and remember, guys, donate if you want to the goal or subscribe. Any of the money that we make off this channel goes directly to the guys on the front lines of Ukraine. Right now, we're trying to raise money to buy my interpreter in Ukraine a vehicle. He's now with his unit. We're trying to buy him a vehicle so that he can transport supplies to and from the front lines. We're trying to get him a couple $1,000s for that. Can you please
And if you
explain
send me
USS
coins, that'll be
Liberty?
my burrito money.
What do you want to know about the USS Liberty? What about it? This is why you drink beer, not whiskey. Higher quantity and get less drunk.
So I can give you the genetic studies.
Oh God, I don't care.
Genetic
I don't care. I
studies.
don't care. No.
Oh, no, it's fun though.
No, I don't care. We keep getting distracted on shit today.
No, but this is about the Irish.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't give a shit about the Irish. Fuck the Irish. I don't care. I don't care about I don't care about these fucking drunk ass potato eating racists. I don't fucking care. They can go be inbred with each other somewhere else.
Send it to me. I'm curious. Send it to me. Send it to me.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. I've got the genetic studies.
The event, everything. Cool. The USS Liberty was an American spy ship that was in Israeli waters while they were in the middle of the fucking 6-day war. We went into their territorial waters, flying an American flag, while the Egyptian ships had just gotten caught flying American flags to disguise themselves as Americans 2 weeks prior. Israel buzzed the ship, identified it as an American ship. When trying to make contact with each other to identify each other, neither of us answered each other because we were on the wrong fucking comm channels. We said, hey, we're Americans. They said, hey, who are you? Are you Americans? And neither of us answered each other. They still were pretty sure it was an American ship, though. But guess what? We weren't allies at the time. So the Israeli pilots radioed back to their command, and the guy was like, fuck it, sink the bitch. Because guess what? They're in the middle of a war. We're not allies, and we had just gotten caught with a spy ship in their territorial waters. Granted, it had moved slightly outside by this time, but get fucked. We would have done, and then they buzzed the ship. They blew it the fuck up. Then they helped rescue everyone after the fact. They then paid fucking money to every single family member of a person who was affected by that incident, officially apologized to it, and guess what? Now we're fucking friends.
Hey,
we would have done the same fucking thing. We would have blown the fuck up out of any ship.
And by the way, simple, yes, it drifted back into so-called international waters, but in the middle of a war, they had laid that area off. And they were only 13 nautical miles off the coast, if I remember correctly. And 13 nautical miles off the coast is visual distance.
No, your territorial waters extend up to 25 miles. When the interaction first started, we were 100% in their territorial waters, which is, again, it's a big issue if you bring a fucking spy ship right up to someone's coast while they're in the middle of a goddamn war.
Well, and especially in that particular case, because even outside of their territorial waters, it would still be a no-go zone because they're in an active
Also, we weren't allies with them.
Exactly.
We would have done the same fucking thing. But again, they apologized, paid us a buttload of money, and guess what? Now we're hunky-dory now.
By the way, we didn't even have to fight them for it. Like, they basically owned up to it right away, made amends, paid out whatever they need to pay out. And that was all within, what, a year or two? I think it was less than that. It was really fast.
6 months.
Yeah, you know how long these types of things take for people to like go back and forth about who did what. They didn't even try to fight it. Like they were like, "Hey, we fucked up. Here you go."
You support Israel and Ukraine, or are those topics you wanted to talk about? Those are usually what I talk about. I do support both. Do you think what is happening with the Druze will help more people understand the position of Israel? No, because most of the people that actually give a shit about the Druze are already on the side of Israel. Most people that have been bringing up the Druze from the pro-Palestinian community don't know anything about the Druze. They don't give a shit about the Druze. They went, "Oh my God, the Druze! See, this is all Israel's fault." And then when Israel stepped in to help the Druze, they went, "Oh my God, Israel's invading Syria. Israel can't fucking win."
Oh my goodness.
Call sign priest is currently in the east of Ukraine.
Hey, can I sing a
Call sign
Disney song?
priest.
Mickey, have you read what I just sent you? Because I just got that from their own.
Fighter jet
Times.
enters the range of a warship and wants to make its presence known. Which of the two? Wait, if a fighter jet enters the range of a warship and wants to make its presence known, which of the two from the ground up should initiate comms? The ship or the plane? It's usually the ship, because the ship's going to see the plane coming a lot sooner than the plane's going to see it, unless they've got AWACS in the air that can detect it. The ship's going to come out and say, "Hey, this is like United States military warship, blah blah blah, call sign. Identify yourself or state your purpose or whatever." Or there'd be fucking other planes in the air that have been launched to guard that ship that are going to do it. Then communication carries on from there, and all of that communication happens in English. But didn't the first pilot on the scene verify that it was an American warship? Yeah, I said that. They were like, "Hey, it's flying an American flag." And granted, the Egyptians had just been doing that. They were like, "Yeah, we still think it's American," but again, not their allies in their waters during a war. I love how people act like we wouldn't have done the exact same fucking thing to any other country. Oh, we're in a war right now, and you want to come into our waters and not identify yourself on comms? I'm going to destroy you now.
Especially in that time frame, and after they'd already had cases of false flags being used.
Yeah, we were still actively against Israel at that time. Granted, we weren't engaging in combat with them, but we were against them. We, at best, it was neutral. We were still like, we're not going to help with shit. Get fucked.
It was pretty short, yeah. Because when did we start normally? Like 67?
No, God, no. We started relations with them mid-70s to late 70s. Like actual relations with them, where we started opening the door.
It was while Kennedy was still in power, but it was just the beginning.
And but like actual talks. I'm not talking like disagreements. I'm talking like actual cooperation was.
No, not disagreements.
Actual cooperation was mid-70s.
Okay, but we started supporting them under Kennedy. Like that's where that ball started.
Yes, I saw about that, Captain.
It's a bit more complicated. Not really, because there was no political alliance and definitely no military alliance. At this point, the earliest I think people realistically call to is 84, with the first weapons deal.
Yeah, do you want to know what the first thing we bought from Israel was? A bunch of Uzis for the Secret Service.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the Israel attack on Syria was justified? Well, for me personally, yeah, to defend the Druze people, but it all depends on what your angle is. Like, if you actually give a shit about the Druze people, you probably think it's justified. If you don't, then you don't think it's justified. If you just hate Israel, you probably don't think it's justified. They get so mad when they realize they can't and turn America on Israel. Yeah. Guys, if you hadn't had a chance to yet, by the way, tap the screen. Dude, we've been live for 3 hours. We've only got 14,000 likes. What the fuck's going on? Also, make sure you go watch my most recent video on here on TikTok. Fucking banger. I'm actually gonna fuck it. I'll actually play it right now. But even if we watch it here, make sure you guys actually go to the video and watch it. Here, I'm gonna basically in this video I cover a woman who uses
I got it. Kennedy started things by ending the arms embargo that Truman and whoever the other guy was.
Yeah, but we still.
So basically, we had an embargo on Israel up to that point. So he ended that, and that was the start of our.
Ending the embargo doesn't mean we started relations with them. That's what we're trying to say. No, I didn't make another Baha'i Gardens video.
The official agreed upon date in which true U.S.-Israeli relations started was in '84.
Disposition. It's fun, Captain. Okay, so in this video, I'm covering a woman who uses AI to justify saying that Zionism is inherently anti-Semitism. So,
this will be fun.
Yeah. Want to see what it looks like when someone's incapable of having their own thought process and has to. Is that loud or quiet for you guys?
Quiet.
God damn it! Hang on.
Oh wait, no! Don't trust me. I had my volume turned down and didn't realize.
How about this? Want to see what it looks like when someone's incapable of having their own thought process and has to rely on clearly socially manipulated AI?
Accurate to say Zionism is anti-Semitism?
Let's get this out of the way. The definition of Zionism. First showing up in Jewish songs during the first Babylonian exile, referencing the return to Zion, politicized by Theodore Herzl in 1987. Zionism is the belief that the Jewish people have the right to self-determination in their ancestral homeland. It's quite literally an indigenous rights movement.
Yes, structurally Zionism is anti-Semitism. Here's why. Zionism collapses Jewish identity into a political project of statehood that systematically violates human rights.
On this first claim here, the AI just said that Zionism collapses Jewish identity while misrepresenting what Zionism even is. Zionism is a response to centuries of staleness and persecution. It expresses Jewish identity, it doesn't erase it.
By doing so, it turns Jewishness into a tool of domination. That's anti-Semitic because it puts all Jews in danger when the state commits violence and claims to do so in their name.
Saying Zionism turns Jewishness into a tool of domination is anti-Semitic itself. It's the same old trope that Jews can't exist without oppressing others. And that's just blatantly false.
It erases anti-Zionist Jews who have long stood for justice.
Yeah, some Jews are anti-Zionist, but they're in the minority, and that's totally fine. You can't just erase millions of Jews who see Zionism as survival and then claim to be in support of Jews.
It weaponizes Jewish trauma to justify oppression.
Claiming Zionism weaponizes trauma ignores why Jews fight for safety in the first place. After thousands of years of persecution in the Holocaust, Zionism existed long before the Holocaust. Is the Cherokee Land Back movement in the United States weaponizing the trauma of the Trail of Tears?
Anthony.
What?
To say that. What was it?
What?
I love you, but that was the dumbest way to respond to that video.
What?
That was the dumbest way to respond to that video. You should have just pulled up the AI, showed a new page, and got the exact same questions and put them side by side.
It's almost like if you let me finish the fucking video without trying to insult me, we would have gotten to that.
It's too long.
I don't care what's too long for you.
No, that's a different story.
Saying that Jewish safety means denying the freedom of others, a false choice, is also a blatant lie. Zionism is about self-determination, not oppression. It's never stood against. Goddamn captions got it wrong.
Always ask for peace, whether you want to listen to the facts or not. Real safety for Jews or anyone doesn't come from domination. It comes from shared dignity and rights for all people. Any ideology that denies that, including Zionism, is structurally anti-Semitic.
Any ideology that denies shared dignity and rights for all people is structurally anti-Semitic? Should we talk about this list here and IMI status? Or would that be too uncomfortable? Now, this AI model is clearly manipulated, just like many times in the past. 4chan has done their best to have actual speedrun challenges to see how fast they can make public AI chat models praise Hitler himself and yell racist slurs. Hell, it even happened to Grok 11 days ago on Twitter, where Grok went on an absolute tirade of anti-Semitic tropes and racist rhetoric. Now, if you still don't want to listen and want to use AI instead of doing your own research, here's what ChatGPT's response was to the video you actually just watched. Quote, the AI's response is not just biased, it's dangerous. It subtly blends progressive moral language with centuries-old anti-Semitic tropes. The dangerous Jew, the manipulative Jew, the global dominator. These are now being rebranded in activist rhetoric and spread with the false authority of machine neutrality. This is exactly why manipulating AI is so harmful. It gives ideological propaganda the false appearance of objectivity. There, I asked the AI what it thought, Palliative. Geopolitical expert and supports Zionism. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Go into analytics on that video. See who gets past the first 2 minutes. Or even past the first 30
I am aware
seconds.
that most people's attention span is no more than 7 seconds, Palliative. I am well aware of how analytics work. I am well aware.
That's why I think you should have done that part first.
Okay. Cool. USS Liberty. We just discussed Liberty, Komodo, but I'm glad you could come to the conversation because you think you're going to get a gotcha moment here. Thank you, Jenny, for the bear. And then for the video for the Baha'i Gardens, that's doing okay right now. I think that's at like 20,000 views, but there's just a bunch of fucking morons in the comments. Dancing Israelis. Ah, there it is too. All the lies. Let's see. Let's see. What other tropes can you come up with, Komodo?
You know, if they're so obsessed with dancing Israelis, like, just go to a nightclub in Tel Aviv, guys. Go to Israel, go to the nightclub. You'll see lots of dancing Israelis.
Okay, what else you got, Komodo? Are you going to bring up JFK assassination? Are you going to say Jews did that too? Come on, Komodo. Hit us with another one. Children in Gaza. We've just skipped over a bunch of the tropes. We're going to children in Gaza now. Trump golden pager. Women in Gaza. Komodo, why don't you come on up here? I want to see if you're capable of having a conversation. Let's see. Oh my god, someone's actually willing to come up. So, Komodo, do you just, like, drop tropes normally about Israel and Jews all the time, or is that just a recent thing that you started doing?
I just see that your guys' opinion's the minority now. You're outnumbered.
And that is based on what statistic?
Just everything that's online right now.
Cool. What statistic?
There's not a statistic. I don't have to do that.
Then you're using your own personal anecdotal experience about what you see.
I watch videos every day of little children getting gunned down.
Cool. I'm sure you do. So what you're saying is your own anecdotal experience on what you experience represents the entirety. Stop. Let me finish. What you are asserting is that what you personally see online, what you see is the rule for the majority, is what everyone believes and everyone thinks because of what you personally see on your FYP. Is that correct?
I mean, this is psychological warfare, indoctrination, and gaslighting at its finest.
Oh, the fucking irony.
I could light some gas right now.
I'm just saying,
the irony.
Americans are being targeted now. You guys can't even leave America without being in danger anywhere you go now.
Who's you guys?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Americans are stuck in their country because if they go to the Middle East, if they go to China, if they go anywhere,
You're either American or Canadian. So.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm Native American. My entire species got wiped out by colonizers.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did a Native American person just claim to be a species? Oh, Ryan's gonna love this.
We don't practice genocide, so I mean, yeah.
What tribe are you from?
I'm the Cherokee.
Okay.
Wait,
Who's
Cherokee?
tribal leader? No, some of them do say that. Who's tribal leader?
Well, I didn't have one anymore after they got colonized.
No, they do. There's literally a tribal leader of the Cherokee right now. I've met him.
The
I
Burdine
literally met
family,
him.
My family got indoctrinated with the last name Burdine, which is a French name, even though both of my father and grandfather are full-blooded Native American. They were indoctrinated.
So, okay, so you basically you completely left the tribe, you're completely anglicized, so you're not Native American anymore.
No, I'm just wondering why Donald Trump had to suppress Katie Johnson.
So wait, why are we going to Donald Trump?
What?
Why are we going to Trump? No, Komodo, don't run away because you got called out. No.
I'm still here, gang. I'm still.
No, you ran away from what we were talking about. You immediately pivoted to Donald Trump.
Because I'm not hearing any more of this white Zionism.
You are white.
No, I'm
You're
not a
literally
Native
white.
American, Sam.
You are
Native
not.
American.
No,
You're not
Native
no.
American.
I'm Irish and Native American.
Hang on. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. Hang on.
You guys wish I was a white supremacist like y'all.
Yeah, sure.
Why would I be a white supremacist? I'm Jewish.
You guys are being targeted.
Hey, I'm gonna have you talk to an actual indigenous person real quick. This is gonna be funny.
That's fine.
This is gonna be really funny.
I mean, the war's already started. Like, there's no talking anymore.
Whatever, dude.
I can't believe this guy just came up and said that the Cherokees are.
I was invited.
Literally an autonomous Cherokee.
One second. Calm down.
I don't have to. I can just leave and then wait for the Zionism to get fucking wiped out too.
What is Zionism? Do you know what Zionism is?
I don't need to wait for anything. Of course he doesn't. It's a long time.
You guys haven't even read the Talmud. I'm not listening.
Talmud.
Neither have you.
Wait. How many volumes are there of the Talmud?
Read it.
And everyone, hold on. This is important. We're gonna see if Ryan answers.
His name's Ryan.
Ryan, are you busy right now?
No, what's up?
I have a special one for you, please.
All right, okay, sir.
Thank you. Oh, this is gonna be.
Fucking hell.
This is gonna be
All right,
good.
guys. All right. everybody,
Yeah, this is Ryan's got the
One
reins
in
on this.
one
No,
in the
no, but
chat.
I want to finish the Talmud.
No, don't let him. No, he'll get
it.
to it with Ryan. He'll get to it real quick. I guarantee it.
Yeah, as the Jewish person on the panel, I'd rather deal with it myself. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
So, how many volumes are there in the Talmud?
I don't know. I don't read all of it. I just read the quotes that really are going after
There
the
aren't any
Gentiles.
volumes. How many books are there in the Talmud?
I don't know. I'm not a freaking Zionist.
Okay, so you're telling me
The
you've
Talmud
read
has
the
nothing to do with Zionism.
I've just read the verses that people have shown me.
Okay, so you haven't read the Talmud because there aren't verses in the Talmud. Why would there be verses in a legal book?
I've read the quotes of it that people have projected, the pictures of the books.
Okay,
that they
wait. So you haven't read the Talmud? Have you
No,
ever
no.
actually gone and looked at those quotes in the actual Talmud and looked below and above it? Because what you're looking at is you're looking at arguments made by one individual that will then have an argument that disagrees with it, that will then have another argument that disagrees and gives its own perspective. It's literally, as Sam likes to say, it's literally Reddit for rabbis. But it's even better than that, because it's basically the biggest debate in human history spanning hundreds and hundreds of years that has nothing to do with any one topic. And it's just rabbis going up to each other and going, hey, I think you're wrong. Shut up.
I just look at it like this.
Hey, wait. Como, shut up. Como,
We'll
Como,
see
we
what
actually don't
happens.
care about your opinion. Como, stop. Hey,
Guys, don't
a
make him
one
run
in the
away before
chat-
Ryan gets here.
A one in the chat. Como, stay here for a minute. But a one in the chat if you think Como's actually Native American, and a 2 in the chat if you think he's full of absolute ish.
Wait, is this? There's Ryan. There we go.
More white supremacy.
There we go. Ryan, we have here Komodo, who claims to be a Cherokee that says Native American people are a species.
Cherokee.
Yeah, he says Cherokee, and that Native American people are a species.
I love how my dad's brown and you guys are like, no, he's not. No. Like, I could post a picture and just make you guys look ignorant as fuck right now.
I have 3 brown babies.
No.
I could just post a picture and end this whole argument.
This is Ryan's now. He's just all the tropes, Ryan. It's where we're going with this one. But I figured an actual indigenous American, or not indigenous American, but an indigenous person would have fun with this one.
An actual activist.
So, Komodo, where's your family from?
We are from the Appalachian Mountains.
Appalachian Mountains. And you're saying your dad is Salagi?
Cherokee.
Yeah, no, you're not.
Okay, well, you tell him that. He'll probably laugh at you.
So, just so you know, like, Salagi people don't call themselves Cherokee.
Tell him that.
Yeah, cool. I'm going to go ahead and assume that your dad wasn't raised in a traditional household.
No, he's obviously indoctrinated. He got the last name Burdon handed to him by the French.
But that's not what have demonstrated that.
Yeah, you
By
guys
the
are
French in the
experts.
1970s.
Geniuses. Probably grossing $80,000 a year too.
Yeah, so
I'm
what does
just
your dad do?
140 talking to a bunch of $80K a year motherfuckers. I love being an electrical engineer, watching a bunch of patsies try to communicate.
Yeah.
I can shoot guns at people that are brown. Like, I'm smart.
Oh my goodness.
Nobody knows.
So your claim is that you're Cherokee. Let me guess.
Nobody's
so you're from Pali?
engineers here.
He is.
I build America. You guys
Vehemently.
destroy it.
Wow.
Just keep bombing stuff. Go ahead. Keep killing brown people. Do your thing, guys. Hell yeah.
Brown people.
Yeah, go after them. Go ahead, do your thing, guys.
She's
I can't
wiping out
wait
their
till the
identity
Jeffrey
too.
Epstein files get released and everybody finds out Katie Johnson was actually 13 when
I
President Trump
don't
did what he did.
I don't care about Trump. I don't like Trump. I don't give a shit.
I know. Yeah, sure.
Let's stick to this. That you're pretending to be an indigenous person.
Sure, whatever you say. Either way, you guys are losing the war. I can't wait till it's over.
Awesome. Okay, so you're a pretendian.
I'll just wait till the war's over. You guys will be wiped out after that.
Who is
Russia and
we?
China are doing their job.
Who is we? Who is we?
Russia and China are going to
No, who is we? Who is we?
Wait a minute.
Obviously,
Didn't
our
you just say that you
Mesoamerican-
helped build America,
Mesoamerican.
but now you're saying Russia and China are going to take care of America?
Mesoamericans were here first.
Oh my goodness, you're one of those. Oh wow.
That's you guys' favorite thing.
Where did you find this guy, Sam?
He just was spouting shit in the chat. Then I was like, fuck it, let's see if he'll come up, and he came up.
Wow. But
Yeah,
he calls his people the Cherokee.
and a
That's why we
species.
moved to Mexico.
You know,
That's why
Ryan,
we
his
moved to
his
Mexico,
first
is because
comment was USS Liberty. Then he said dancing Israelis, Lyndon B. Johnson and AZC. Then he said children in Gaza, then women in Gaza. I said, fuck it, let's invite him up. And then he goes, I'm a Native American. I'm Cherokee. My species was wiped out.
Oh, gaslighting. Let's resort to gaslighting.
Oh,
again.
quoting
Yeah,
is
typical
no. What that is called is quoting. I am directly quoting you. That's not gaslighting.
And this live is recorded and streamed on YouTube and Twitch. So I will happily pull the quotes and send them to Ryan.
This is, yeah, you're
We're in
special.
Mexico. In Mexico, we don't really care about anything you guys do up here.
Oh, now you're from Mexico.
What?
Now he's from Mexico.
Yeah, me and my
His daddy was given a name by the French in America somehow in like probably the 70s, right? Like the 1970s, and now he's like in Mexico.
Yeah, create your own subjective timelines. Go ahead. It's not going to stop.
How much have you smoked today, Komodo?
It's not going to stop what's happening.
How much have you smoked today?
How many kids did you touch today?
Are you on the electric lettuce?
How many kids did you
Are
touch
you on
today?
the electric lettuce? Just answer the
How
question.
many kids have you diddled today?
Wait,
Well,
Komodo.
not you.
Komodo,
I mean, look,
did you say the
dude,
Cherokee
when you
people?
when you project shit like that, do you understand that you sound absolutely vile?
To people like you, to your people.
People like you.
Komodo, did you say the Cherokee people were wiped out? Did someone in chat
Who
correctly?
doesn't suffer from obesity in this chat?
Komodo, did someone in the chat correctly quote you by saying that the Cherokee people don't exist anymore?
He did say that because he told me that there wasn't a chief of the tribe anymore, and there is.
Show me. Like, let's go find them. Let's go walk up to their village and their tribe and see their infrastructure.
Wait, you know the Cherokee are you didn't even do enough research to like look up basic things about the tribe you're pretending to be from?
It's just like
why
I
would
said,
he?
I'm not even going to argue with you guys. I'm going to let you guys.
Dude, this guy is the worst
Cherokee
pretender
land
of all.
back
Next
movement.
time, Komodo. Next time, tell everybody you're from the Fagawi tribe.
Oh, you guys know everything.
His name is But by the way,
We
his name
literally
is
do.
his name is Chuck Hoskin Jr. He took over in 2019. Lovely guy.
This isn't the first time I've seen a group of white people think they knew everything.
Yeah. So land back, how two tribes are reacquiring and leveraging community
None of you
for.
guys have bachelor's degrees, probably.
So
I do.
Oh wow.
So
I'm getting my second one right now.
So is the Cherokee tribe not actually buying their land back? Is that just all fake?
Oh, okay, yeah. Where's that? Show me the news article on that. Why am I even in this fucking?
Hang on. Komodo, this is Komodo, this is Paladin. This is quite literally firstnations.org talking about the land back movement. Oh, Andy's gone.
You. Yeah. Wow, guys.
Right.
Wow.
The second I heard him say species, I went, oh god, I got a message Ryan.
That was like just listening to that guy. Like, just so you guys all know, that's what mental illness sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was really, really, like, if anything, that was more pathetic than anything else.
How does someone claim to be a Native American while saying Native American and then saying species?
Right. How does he say that he's from Mexico?
But his dad's from the Appalachians, remember?
Yeah, well, first he said his dad was from the Appalachians. Then he said some bullshit about Mesoamericans. Then he said something about Mexico.
Also, when would the
Like, dude,
French
just
have
pick a
given...
lie and stay with it.
He said the French gave his dad the name. So that would imply the French didn't give his grandfather the name. The French would have given his father the... When would they have done that?
Are we still occupied by France, guys?
No, that was.
I mean, let's look...
Are-
I mean,
Is
Canada...
New Orleans like a French territory?
Yeah. I don't know where these people are coming from.
Oh my god. Ryan, you gotta do a whole video on pretendians. I know you've done some in the past. I know you've done some in the past. I think it'd be really funny to like point out, like, not even just like making fun of them. I think like an educational video talking to people like, hey, here's how you spot a pretendian. And this is what a pretendian is. Here's how you spot it. Because a lot of people will hear someone just, oh, I'm an Indigenous American, and they will just take their word for it because, oh, you can't ask questions because that would be offensive.
No, absolutely asked questions. And the fact that he turned around and didn't know there was a tribal chief was ridiculous.
What?
Yeah,
he didn't
he
know,
said there was no chief.
Yeah, he said there was no chief for the trophy.
Oh,
I was like, what? Yeah, that's why I said his name. It's ridiculous. I was literally like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. No, I don't even really know how to say anything other than that guy was clearly a pretendian. Like that's what we deal with on a daily basis when it comes to Native Americans and I guarantee you he'll say something like, well, like my dad was adopted when he was a kid, but like I'm still totally native even though I have absolutely zero connection and like I don't speak the language, I don't follow the traditions. But like, I carry some blood, so therefore I'm a Native American, therefore I have the right to tell Americans that they're bad.
Mm-hmm. Hey, by the way, in the chat, like, yes.
I doubt that's even a story.
I said yes in the chat. I said my 3 brown babies. I have 3 brown babies, and they are the cutest little pumpkin spice latte gringo Latinas that you've ever met.
Did
and they're
he
very independent
block
women,
me?
and unfortunately, they don't study their own history as much as I do. But I love them.
Did he get upset that I brought up an actual indigenous person to block me? No way.
What?
Did he block you?
He blocked me. He blocked me.
The pretendian blocked you?
Oh, he's so white. He's so white. Dude, he's covered in chain link fence tattoos, too.
Show us.
I can't. He's got a pew. Hang on. Let me. Ryan, you're gonna like this one. I gotta snip this, and then I gotta edit over it so that you don't see the pews. But Ryan, I just want you to see that this is the guy that called you white man. Let me just cover.
Did you guys see me arguing with that Kushnick guy, the former Major League Baseball agent guy?
Former Major League Baseball agent. What?
Yeah, you should go check the videos out. So he started stitching me, and he's hilariously stupid. So I did a little Google on him. Apparently, he was a Major League Baseball agent that got fired for basically being incredibly shady. But he introduces himself in every single video. He says, "I'm Jared Kushnick. I was a Major League Baseball agent." Like every single video, he says that. Also, he's Jewish and he hates Israel. So,
wow, just visually here, I don't think this guy should own a pew pew.
Hang on.
Like, that's
that looks hilarious.
Hang on. I'll zoom in on it. I'll zoom in. Hold on.
He looks like a fucking redneck.
Hold on.
Of course,
hold on.
he has a chin strap beard.
This is the guy that blocked me after calling Ryan white. Hold on. Let's. I gotta clip that. Him calling Ryan white. That's
He has a chin strap beard, man.
The tattoo, the chain link fence tattoo. No, guys, I'm a Native American Cherokee.
What in the early 2000s is this?
Yeah.
Wait, Hannah, what are you talking about?
I am, and he's sunburned.
Oh, that is brutally bad.
Ryan, did you know this man is more Native American than you are?
Oh, totally. Clearly. I mean, look at that guy. Nothing says Native American.
Oh,
like
no.
shitty tattoos and
Hey,
chin beard.
Joe, don't you disparage Chester in the chat. How fucking dare you? I saw that.
Hey, can we get a hashtag chin strap in the chat?
When I
Chin
view
strap in the chat, everybody.
when I view him on private on a private browser, I can see his profile. But if I go to his profile just normally,
he's got you blocked.
Yeah, buddy.
That's awesome.
Oh God. Oh man, I should make a video about him on my other profile so he has to see it.
Sam, send his name to me on Telegram. I'm gonna go and have some fun with that.
Oh God.
Dude, Nemesis 2 says chin strap for life. Oh God.
I'm just saying, Americans with chin straps are like Germans with mustaches.
I hadn't even thought to check his profile picture. I think that was worth bringing Ryan here.
Yeah. Not like I was doing anything interesting.
Well, that's why I saw you didn't read the message, and I was like, "Oh man, do I call him? Fuck it, this is too funny. I gotta call him." I put the phone up to the mic when I call. Oh God.
The only way that guy could be more douchey is if he was wearing an Affliction T-shirt with a fucking backwards baseball hat.
No. A tap out shirt with the sleeves cut off.
Yeah. Oh, fucking
Dude,
special.
that was like the Affliction T-shirts were like contractor chic in 2009.
He said, "I'm sure." Oh yeah, someone said. He said, "I'm sure none of you have a bachelor's degree. I make 90,000 or what was it?" He goes, "I'm talking to a bunch of $80,000 a year nobodies." It's like, what? POV, you're a Navajo soldier in the
Sam,
Pacific.
also send me that picture because I'm gonna make a profile post about it and clip it from YouTube.
Okay.
I
I'll
wish
send
you
it to
guys
you as
would have
well,
been.
Ryan.
I wish you guys would have been on Coach's, or was it Kosher Jay's live yesterday. Elias was going off about all kinds of stuff, but he said, "Did you used to work for the American government?" And I'm like, "No." And he's like, "I heard that you worked for, like, you claim that you were some kind of security guy." I'm like, "I worked as a contractor for a couple of years." And he's like, it's so funny though, because he's like, "No, you didn't." And I'm like, okay. Like, I don't really know how to deal with these people. Like, they say some of the most god-awfully ridiculous shit. And then I was like, I didn't want to tell him because, like, but there is an article somewhere, some pro-pally dug up a bunch of crap about, me working in security a long time ago. Mm-hmm. And they tried to turn it into, that's why I'm pro-Israel, because I unalive people. And I'm like,
wouldn't that mean that Hamas would be pro-Israel? Because they unalive people.
Yeah, I didn't say it made sense. This is just how they think. And by the way, Elias afterwards messaged me and he said something about you, and then I started laughing and I was like, you realize that there's probably 5 or 6 former security contractors on this app that are actually content creators, and we just don't talk about it all the time. Like,
true.
It's just not, it's not germane to the discussion. Like, my personal favorite, so I can't remember his name, but somebody brought up Mickey.
Oh yeah.
And so to shut them up, because they were like, he was never in the army, he's so full of shit. And I actually had that box of shooting goggles that or shooting glasses
with Mickey's face on it,
with fucking Mickey on the cover of it. And I said, "Wow!" I said, "This must be AI."
No, you gotta be like, Ryan. You gotta be like, look at this douche. Would anyone look as douchey as this?
Yeah.
I walked into Mickey's.
He has his own fucking shooting glasses.
I walked into Mickey's place and saw that sitting there. I was like, "What is that?" And he goes, "Oh yeah, man, this guy like just let me do this thing." I was like, "You look so douchey."
It's so funny because like you can tell he's like fucking 20 years old.
Ooh.
He's like a total fucking kid. But he's all gangster with all his fucking gear. It was hilarious.
Wait, how far is it drive from you, Mickey? How far is Ryan?
Like he's in northern Alberta, dude.
I don't remember.
What?
Oh no, because that
like
was
a
when
3-day
Ryan was visiting somewhere else. Fuck. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know if you know.
Toronto.
I don't know if you know.
I was down in. That's when we hung out in Toronto. No, but I was down in Phoenix, Arizona with Jake Bennett. He's the guy that used to own that shooting glasses company. And it was so funny because he just out of nowhere, he's like, "Hey, come out to the garage for a second." He's like, "Do you still shoot quite a bit?" And I'm like, "Well, I shoot for fun now." And he goes, "Yeah, you used to do 3-gun, right?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, if you ever do it again, you should wear these glasses." And he tosses me the box, just kind of like nonchalantly, right? And so I look at it, I was like, "Fuck off." It was so hilarious. And then he had like a poster because I turned, and as we're leaving his garage, he's got a fucking poster with Mickey on it, all geared up with his fucking guns and shit. And he's like, dude, he's like, he was like literally our poster child. I was like, I'm never gonna fucking hear the end of this from Mickey.
Zaddy and Sam definitely kiss off stream. My man, he deep throated a fucking banana on my stream and then tucked me into bed on stream. What are you talking about? What are you waiting for off stream? Wait, so Ryan, I'm actually moving down the street for Mickey.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I saw that. Congratulations on your new job.
Yeah, didn't want to move, but I mean, it is what it is.
Hell yeah, dude. We're gonna get in so much trouble.
I was gonna say you'd be there for a couple of years, make some good bank, and then you can move back to Texas.
Yeah.
You know what else we're gonna make? We're gonna make good bread. We're gonna make sourdough.
Oh, Jeebus.
Wait, before we go on, Catatonic had a good one. Komodo bought a dream catcher from Hobby Lobby, then started saying he's native.
Good, nice one, Katie. That's awesome. That's so funny.
Oh my god.
Hang on, you know what? I'll go get that because I have the. I was actually just moving a bunch of
Bread
stuff into
or
my
the
gun safe
glasses?
today. The glasses.
Oh, wait, Ryan, can you put them on?
I was moving some stuff to my
Can you
to my lodge this morning.
Can you and Mickey please
My
both put on the
stupid-
glasses?
The bulls knocked over the fucking fence and ran over to the neighbors, and they were trying to fight the neighbor's bull. Fucking idiots.
Hit him, you won't.
Oh my god, I was so pissed at them.
Now, Ryan, can you and Mickey both put the glasses on at the same time?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, we're onto something here. Oh man, I loved it too, because like after I sent those, there it is.
Can I expand this? Hold on. Shrink that before we get in trouble.
That's awesome, eh?
Put them on, quick! Put them on. Mickey, go get yours.
I'm not putting them on.
I sent some of those pictures to Jake, and he's like this, because here's the thing: when I was over there in Iraq as a contractor, I was like, I hated the 511 crap. I hated all the cliche contractor crap. So I looked for interesting brands, or the Oakleys. Everybody had like the
Let me
Oakleys
find my
glasses.
own cliche brand.
Right, exactly. So, and I found Numa Tactical, which was Jake's brand, right? And I got that, and he's like, "Hey, how do you like them?" I can't remember exactly how it got going, but I ended up sending pictures back to him, and he's like, "Oh, that's awesome!" And so he started sending me like free glasses every once in a while, like to try on and take pictures and stuff. And I was just, dude, I was happy as a clam.
Yeah, I bet. No, that's awesome. Like, because I was one of those douches that wore Oakleys.
It's okay. Everybody did.
I stopped wearing
I would go to
Oakleys.
REI for like hiking pants and shit.
I took it as a sign to stop wearing Oakleys after my second pair. I used to wear the Oakley gas cans, the classic pair, and my first pair was stolen out of my bag one day. Even though Firewatch was there and watching the bag, somehow mine got stolen. And then my second pair bounced off my head in the back of a Humvee, and I watched them get rolled over by an Abrams. And I went, it's probably a sign. I should not wear these anymore.
Okay, outside. Go on, Barty. Go outside.
Oh,
Go outside, you pecker dog.
Dude, these.
Go on.
Ryan, you're more on lives during the day than at night. Am I wrong to say that the day shift people are actually crazier than the night shift people? Because I used to think the nighttime streams were bad, but dear God, people during the day, holy shit.
You know what? The really, really early morning stuff is the craziest fucking stuff. Like I saw this dude this morning that was wearing like a German outfit, but he was wearing a skirt. So he was wearing like a German from the 1930s shirt, you know, like from their uniforms. Hey, no, Millie, get out of my house, you.
Wait, who's Millie? Which one's that?
My neighbor's dog. She's a Saint Bernard Husky.
Oh.
And she always comes over because she knows I spoil my two idiots. They always have a full
I want some of this.
Yeah, so she just like pushes her way into the house and starts eating their food. Okay, Millie, you gotta go. Millie, come on. Millie, I'm the boss here. Don't fucking ignore me. Outside. Let's go. Outside. Beat it.
But no food.
No. So she just literally picked up a chunk of his food. Okay, keep going. No, it doesn't stop walking. You gotta keep going. Oh, you're a bad dog. You don't listen to shit.
It's like listening to Ryan talk to a toddler.
Hey guys, Shameless and I have this going back, like, look at the comment, like we have this going back and forth about how we're gonna get together. We're not, and she's always like, no, I'll leave you out during an Iranian missile attack just to make sure you are interested.
Oh shit, Usyk won his boxing match again? Nice. I didn't even know he was boxing again. Oh, there goes Palliative.
Shameless, I still haven't seen the divorce papers. I'm waiting.
What?
So whereabouts in Virginia?
North
or west?
I'll be close to DC.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
He literally was looking at a house in my neighborhood.
Yeah, I was looking at a house. I sent it to Mickey, and he goes, "Oh, that's like one street over." And I was like, "Oh, fuck."
Well, these houses like fit all your needs, bro. That's the thing. Like
They do, but that one got yoinked up in like a day.
I knew it would too, bro.
That's
another reason I'm afraid to make any moves because I have such a good deal on this fucking efficiency.
Because I gotta get this whole fucking house moved in like less than 30 days.
You're moving from Texas?
Yeah, moving to Virginia.
Why?
Because I got laid off because fucking Trump's bullshit with China.
Oh yeah.
Remember the things I told you about the chip industry and how it was going to hurt the chip industry?
Oh,
yeah, it hurt.
I knew that.
It hurt.
Yeah.
So for those that don't know, I got laid off by I got off my work shift on my Friday at 9 or 8 in the morning, get home at like 9:30, go to bed, wake up at 5 p.m. to a text message that says, "Hey, HR WebEx meeting." I was like, "Oh, well, that's weird. What's this about?" Then I had some issues with some dude at work. I thought maybe they just wanted my side of the story. I get into the meeting. I'm still getting ready to go to the grocery store, and it's 3 people who don't let me unmute my microphone, and they play a pre-recorded audio saying, "This is your last day. Don't come back." I was one of 400 people that got laid off, in addition to 800 other people that got laid off in 2 previous waves. So 1,200 people, 1% of the company 3 times in 6 months.
Do you have something lined up in Virginia, or what?
Yeah, that's why I'm going to Virginia, because I got another job lined up there. I put in over 150 applications here in Texas and had 1 interview. Dude, I got denied. I got denied to be a 7-Eleven clerk.
That doesn't make any sense.
No, it does. I've had that problem for years. Where it was like I was in between contracts or jobs, and I was like, okay, I'll just take whatever, like something down the street, right? Like wait some tables or whatever. Could never get it. And even when I would like not put anything on the job application, like the second they do a background check or anything else, it's like they're like, wait a second, this guy's not really.
Yeah, dude, I applied at Buc-ee's.
But aren't you like a veteran?
Yeah.
Aren't you a veteran?
Hang on, I wanted to tell because you have an interesting laid off story. So, like when I first quit contracting, I went home and I got a job as like the head of security for a complex downtown.
Okay.
And it was like, imagine going from contracting to being like basically a glorified fucking babysitter.
Yep.
So the very first day, my first day on the job, they call me and they say, "We're gonna need you to task 3 of your guards to go down to this office. It's a pipelining company and they're laying people off."
Oh.
And I was like, "Okay, so what do we got to do?" And he said, "You just need to stand there and make sure that they, don't get all crazy." And I was like, "Why would people get crazy?" Do you know how they laid these people off? They had a big pizza party in the restaurant in the basement or in the bottom of the building. And during the pizza party, the owner of the company comes out and tells everybody open the envelope that's in front of your chair. And if in the envelope it says you're working tomorrow, you're still employed by us. And if it doesn't, you have to leave and don't come back.
That's fucked up.
Holy shit.
They wouldn't even let, like, this is how fucking brutal it was. They paid a service to go pack up people's desks because they wouldn't allow them back up into their fucking office to get their stuff.
I wasn't allowed to go back either.
Yeah. It's one of the fucking most ridiculous things I've ever seen in my life. I was like in shock, and then I was like, okay, I understand why they wanted us there, because if I was that person and they did that to me, I'd probably just punched them in the mouth.
Yeah, I found out that they had laid off 1,200 people in total, and they shotgun blasted across the board by just age and job title. And the reason people in my building didn't know about the first 2 waves is because they made it part of the separation package that if you didn't sign the agreement. So basically there was a package offered, and it was like, if you sign this agreement, you get extra money on top of your severance package. Also, you have to agree to this non-compete clause. You can't work at this company, anyone that provides services for us, essentially. But if you don't sign it, there's no non-exclusivity. Also, we end your benefits right now. And shit, what was the other part? Fuck, I can't, dude, it was just fucked. And then, dude, I found out they laid people off on day 3 of orientation. Like, there was guys who were literally in their orientation week, and they finished the whole workday and got pulled aside and said, "Hey, don't come back."
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Dude, so I feel like one of the labor requirements one of the labor laws we should enact is notification period and or liquidation. Like, if you have a business, you need to have enough responsibility in managing that business operations, finances, etc., or have some kind of an insurance where you will always end up giving severance and/or 30-day notice minimum to the people that you're firing.
In Canada, that's the way it is. In Canada, they have to give you severance. But the weird thing is, in Canada, we have this thing where if you're management, they don't have to do that, right? So one of the things that this company that I used to work for, this telecom, it's like one of the biggest telecoms in Canada. They offshored all of our jobs. They did the same thing. They called us and told us, it was so funny. They told us, okay, you guys can work till the end of the week, but if you work until the end of the week, we'll give you this. And then they gave us like this package with all this other crap. Or you could leave immediately and we'll give you this. And it was actually more, like, because they didn't want people to come back. But then they really screwed some people, because basically what they were doing was they were giving us 1 month's pay for every year that you worked, right? But you got to remember, this is a telecom, and some of these women had worked for this telecom for like 25, 30 years. So they were going to get like these big payouts. So they were all excited about it. The rest of us were like, I worked there for 4 years. So I mean, whatever, 4 months salary is not that big a deal. But this one woman was going to get like 36 years. And so they went to her and they said, hey, we'd like to keep you around. Like, we're laying everybody else off, but we'd like to give you a position with management.
Then they fired her for something else, didn't they?
Yep. I warned her. I said, listen, if you don't take the package, you're an idiot. And she's like, well, I don't know what I would do with my life. I have 2 more years until I retire, blah, blah, blah. And so she took this management role, and a week later they laid her off. And then she got 0.
Yeah, so the thing I forgot is part of the non-exclusivity thing is if you agreed to the package, you agreed to not talk to anyone in the company still about getting laid off. So nobody knew about it. Turns out the company that I got hired with now, though, they're like, oh yeah, we knew about it. We saw it coming. We've been swallowing up people from your company every layoff. I was like, oh, that would have been nice to know. On top of that, when it came to like the layoffs, there was some targeted forced retirements, and they're in a class action lawsuit right now because there was a bunch of people that they fired for an ethics violation, which means you don't get a severance package. It's just termination on the spot. But Texas is an at-will state. You don't need to give a reason to fire. But they accused these people of stealing from the lunch area. So we have a little area because they closed the cafeteria down during COVID and they just never reopened it because of cost effectiveness. But there's a little area where you can go buy snacks and stuff. And it's a little automated machine. You scan it in, you pay with your card and everything. And they accused a bunch of people of stealing from there. But it was only people with 20 plus years experience at the company. And all of them said, hey, can I see the security footage? I want to see the proof that I stole something. They went, no, that's classified. We can't give it to you. And they went, cool. What did I steal? One of them was my friend, and they accused him of stealing something. And he goes, that's funny. I'm allergic to that. I haven't had that since I was a kid. You'll be hearing from me. And they're now in a class action lawsuit where they probably could have just saved more money had they just added them to the layoffs.
Paying them out. Exactly. Yeah. That's disgusting, man. It's just... This is, by the way, when people call me a lefty, I laugh because part of my dislike with what is called the capitalist system is that it's not capitalist anymore. It's all corporatist. And it's like in Canada, we have it just as bad as you, like, because we have some supposed protections, but they always find ways to get around it.
Of course.
And the simple truth is, like, the whole system needs a reset. It's too top heavy. Like, all of these companies, they pay these obscene bonuses to CEOs and COOs. And meanwhile, what are they doing? They're laying off frontline employees constantly. Pretty soon, they won't be able to do anything.
We lost a lot of money because there was a problem with one of the production lines, and someone had to order products to make up for it. And he was ordering about $60,000, basically making microchips. We need filler microchips that fill gaps in machines and stuff. So you've got your product, which is your stuff with the actual chips on it. And then you've got your side dummies, which is like the ones that sit on side just catch the extra read. They're not part of the process. They're in the process, but they're just fillers. He was ordering $60,000 worth of those every single night because those have to get cleaned. Every couple times through a machine, they got to get wet sanded down and cleaned and everything. And the wet sanders and the chemical cleaners were fucking it up. But without those wafers, we can't make product. And they were refusing to listen to him and the other technician on how to fix it. They're like, no, these 20-year-old engineers, they'll figure it out. For a full year, he had to just order shit to make up for it. That cost us $20 million. $20 million because no one wanted to listen to the fucking technician. And on top of that, when we had all the layoffs and stuff, we found out that the reason this company did not have to report it to the government and to investors was because in the last 2 waves of layoffs, where they laid off 400 people each, they immediately laid them off, gave them their severance package and all that jazz. But with this wave of layoffs, they labeled us as employees on leave so that they don't have to report us until that 60 days of severance is up. Meaning, if you're a company in the United States and you lay off a certain amount of people, a certain percentage of people in a certain time frame, you have to report it to investors in the government. But because they're giving us that 60 days, we are now outside of that window. They don't have to report it. So what they did was get a giant lay off 800 people, get a giant $60 billion investment from the US government, and then immediately lay off 400 more people.
Yeah. Want to bet that the CEOs and all those guys got bonuses?
You saved cost. Here's more money.
Yep.
I hate that nonsense.
Yeah,
Honestly, imagine like if Congress came to work and Senate and half of them got laid off like that with severance packages. Imagine like Lindsey Graham walks out and just gets laid off and he's all crying and shit.
You guys think that American politicians have a fucking cherry job? Okay, if you are in the Canadian government, if you're a member of parliament, you work for 24 days out of the year. After 4 years, you get a 100%. You get 100%. What do they call it? Pension. Like if after you've been in parliament for 4 years, for the rest of your life, you get 100% of what you made while you were in government.
That's it, Sam. We're moving to Canada.
I'm moving to Canada right now. Holy shit.
Let's go.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy, and they work like 24 days a year.
Hey, sexy beast.
There's a Jew.
That's not even half a year.
Wait, hang on. Wait, do I get to be anti-Semitic now? Because hear me out. Hold on. the CEO of my company is an Israeli Jew who got bought out by my company when he made a competing company. They bought him out, let him stay on, and now he's the CEO. Does this mean I can blame the Jews for losing my job?
Yeah. You gotta get
There it is. He said it. He said it. I can blame the Jews.
Definitely the Jews' fault, 100%.
Yeah. Just blame BB for everything.
Patio setup that I got going on. I got my my little fans.
Okay.
Dude, at that point, just go inside.
Oh no!
When I told you needed more fans, that's not what I meant.
What'd you say?
I said when I told you needed more fans, that's not what I meant.
Oh yeah. I got even more than this. I just don't have them out here yet. Thinking about putting one on each shoulder above me, pointed down the back of my neck, because I got a bead of sweat that's just making its way from the crack of my neck to the crack of my.
So Sam, did you see that boxing fight? Alexander Usyk won in 5 rounds.
I see now that he won, but I don't usually watch boxing. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't either, but it was on free.
Dude, I even stopped watching UFC when it started getting all weird.
No, it is. It was on TikTok for free, so I might as well tune in.
All right, nice, good for him. Let's go.
Hey Sam, when you get here, should we do a road trip up to New York? Go say hi to everybody.
I have a job.
Okay, when you're off for the weekend.
Maybe.
Oh, did you get a job?
Yeah, I'm moving over by Mickey.
He was almost my literal neighbor.
Yeah, I was looking at a townhome.
The offer was in one company, so I can get you a competing offer in St. Louis that's better.
Is it microchips?
I mean, I'm sure I could find one.
Hey, could we get something for both of us, Middies?
Want to work at Boeing?
I actually applied to a bunch of Boeing positions, but I don't have any airframe certs.
Oh.
Oh.
Are you and Zaddy doing live together when you go over there?
Oh God. Oh God. Oh God.
Like the all night lives.
When I take him to do some government relations at the Capitol, like yes, 100%. We'll make it
all night with Zaddy and Sam.
Daily news and chat. Daily news and chat.
It'll be like.
I will not move to the UK because I don't want to be arrested for calling someone a penis on Facebook.
Actually, you know what? Dude, we should move out to where Mideast is. Can you imagine me and Mideast like on live together on camera?
What was your MOS? Primary was a 2841 ground radio repair technician, and I was 0933 and 0931 common market ship coach, common market ship trainer.
Mm-hmm.
Germany is
And I was
worse.
a
Yeah.
35. I was a 35 Papa. That's in intelligence, and then I became a SADE, Special Operations Team Alpha. You can look it up. It's a thing.
And then Ryan is just a giant man built like a fridge with a gun.
Oh yeah, Ryan and I were both contractors.
Anthony, you could come live here and spend time out in all this beautiful.
Look at Shameless's comment.
Said he's gonna be like at the federal with my bestie.
Midius, can I live in a hammock on your porch?
I would wear the safari hat to job interviews. Hold on. Hey, I gotta show something real quick.
I would actually do that. When I finally start road tripping, when I get my like camper trailer, I'm gonna come and stay with you for a little bit.
For sure.
Shameless is like, Zaddy gonna be like at the federal with my bestie.
Hashtag coffee. Hashtag smiles.
Hashtag government relations boo.
Hashtag love USA.
We're taking over Congress, everybody. Hey fam, we're taking over Congress. Huh?
You guys need to be outside more.
I do get outside. I was supposed to go paddleboarding this morning. I didn't. So.
Hashtag
That's that one video. That river is really nice over there.
Yeah, dude. It's a nice stretch of river too. Like lots of like there's some really good protected areas here in Virginia. Like I don't know if it's just the amount of time Virginia's been around, but I think their forestry laws are top.
So Sam, I haven't seen you. Are you still packing everything?
I haven't even started yet. I've got 30 days. But someone in chat brought up the safari hat, so I gotta hang on.
Oh, you look like a guy from South Africa, like the crocodile.
This is my Marine Corps safari hat.
You look like Curious George right now. Take that shit off.
Exactly. Oh my god. You look like a character from Sesame Street.
Where's the man in the yellow raincoat?
This is my range hat. This is what I wore on the range.
At least buy a monkey, so like it sits on your shoulder.
And
yeah, you look like Curious George.
And then my first.
You just look like a Jew.
And then my first crew signed it and everything. I remember when my first crew signed it and I went by next duty station. The battalion commander wanted to see my hat because I was running a range for his unit, and I was like, "I can't do that, sir." And he was like, "But I just want to see the hat." And I was like, "Sir, I can't let you do that. I can't let you look at it." And one of my fucking gunner sir was like, "Give him the fucking hat, Sergeant." And I was like, "Okay, good to go." And I handed him the hat, and the battalion commander was like, "Oh, neat." And then he looks inside of it and he sees this.
Sam, just get a very thin pink shirt, put that hat on, and start dancing on TikTok. You'll get followers and money.
If anyone didn't notice, there's a penis there. The battalion commander looked at it and he goes, "Have a nice day," and he hands it back to me. I was like, fuck.
What was that guy who did like yogurt commercials who passed away? I forgot that big dude. That
yogurt commercial.
But if you follow his, put a little hat on, and dance butt naked, pretend like you're gay, you'll be fine, dude. You're making money on TikTok. Think about it.
Dude, this could be a whole thing. Like, if you wear that hat every time you post a geopolitical video, it's like geopolitics and the hat kind of vibe.
You'll be popular in Africa. They think you're somewhere from there, probably.
Oh my goodness.
All right. Well, we've been live for 4 hours. Didn't hit the likes we wanted to, but it is what it is. Whatever. I gotta go now and do other stuff. Maybe make another video later, guys. If you haven't watched it right now, after this live, go to my fucking channel. I have a new video on fucking moron pro-Palestinians using AI manipulated language models to support anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. Go ahead and give that a like.
And
everyone have a
before
good
you
day.
go, can you pan the camera down and show us your toesies? Asking for a friend, not for me. Oh my goodness.
Those are
they're
hard-working
longer
toes.
so my friend can screenshot.
You can tell he's a hard-working man. Those are hard-working toes.
You guys have a good day.
I'm gonna work those toes when he gets here.
Oh dear fucking God.